next chapter is ratios. The relationship between two quantities of the same kind can be compared. Now here the major thing that we are trying to do, or the major thing that we are invited to do, is by comparing the quantities. Now when we compare the quantities, that is where we will be able to get the comparison between two or more things in any form. So that is known as the comparison part. Now here the difference method and the division method, these are the two methods that will be used to compare the things. Okay, so the relationship between the two quantities of same kind. So if you see here, the same kind has to be used, and if you have too much of difference, then comparing both of them are very difficult. So in those cases, we will have to make sure that it is of the same kind, and only the same kind values can be compared. In difference method, quantities are compared as one quantity which is more or less of another quantity. We will keep one quantity as constant, and we will try to compare the other quantity. Now in those cases, we will be using difference method, which will give us a clear difference of one of the feature. So in division method, the quantities are compared as how many times one quantity is to another. So in division method, we are finding the proportion. We are trying to get the things in proportion with each other. Okay, so that will be the division method. In difference method, we will compare from one quantity to other quantity, and we will check which is more or which is less. And when it comes to the division method, we are comparing how many times one quantity is equal to the other quantity. Now let us take an example here to understand. Given the two quantities, say marks in quantitative analysis of two students. This is nothing but maths. So maths subject marks in of two students are given. Now these two students marks are being compared. Now let us see how the comparison happens. Now the quantitative analysis of two students A and B are 60 and 90 respectively. If the marks of A is 60 and the marks of B is 90, then how do we compare it? That is what we are trying to understand. Under the difference method, marks are compared like student B has scored 30 marks more than student A. So if you take the difference method, this is how we will compare. We will compare saying that student B has got 30 marks more than student A. Okay, so this is how we compare. But or the other way of comparison is student A has got 30 marks less than student B. So if you see the marks, one is 60, one is 90. There is a 30 difference. So in difference method, we are comparing between A and B and their marks. So we can say that one person, that is A, has scored 30 marks less than B, that is 60 is less than 90, or we can say B has scored more marks than A, wherein that is 30 difference. So that is the difference way or difference method which we will be using. Now next, when it comes to the division method. Okay, when it comes to the division method, now one second. When it comes to division method, then we will be now when it comes to division method, we will represent them in proportion. Now in proportion, what will happen is 60 is to 90. Okay, now how did we get 60 is to 90? Now first see the marks of A. Now what is the marks of A that is given? Marks of A is 60 and marks of B is 90. So 60 is to 90. Okay, so that is one way of getting the division method, or that can also be represented in a simplified format. Okay, if not, you can just divide 60 by 90 and you can get the decimal point, and you can write this as, that means students A marks is 0.666 times of marks of student B. So here we are comparing it with times. In division method, we are comparing it with times, but in the difference method, we are just finding the difference between the marks and we are representing that. Okay, so these two are important things for you to understand as the basics of comparison. Okay, now here under division method, you can either take 60 by 90 and represent by saying A has got 0.666 times of marks of B, or you can do the other way round. 90 by 60 if you do, then that means student B's marks is 1.5 times of students A marks. Now if you remember, we have solved lot of questions under equation where we have this 2 times no, one's age is 3 times the other, 3.5 times the other. We have seen all those problems, right? So in those cases also they are using the same concept, that is division method. So the comparison of quantities of same kind in division method is known as ratio. So when you take these things, especially 60 by 90 and 90 by 60, this part is the comparison of the same kind of quantities. Now here this 90 and 60 are the marks of math subject of two students, that is A and B. Right? So we are comparing two quantities here, and that is known as ratio. So if you see here, the ratio is 1.5 is to 1. So if this is 1, 60 is 1, 90 will be 1.5. Okay, so that is known as the ratio. Now let us understand what is ratio in detail. So we understood the concept behind the ratio. Now let us understand what do you mean by ratio in detail. So if A and B are two quantities, now there we had a student A and B and their maths marks. Correct? Now here A and B are two quantities of same kind. What is the same kind? Maths marks is the same kind. Okay, then the fraction A by B. Now we divided 90 by 60 or 60 by 90. So this is the fraction A by B. This is called the ratio of A and B. So when you represent it like this, it's called ratio of A and B, which is nothing but 90 is to. When you put a semicolon, 2 dots, if you put like this, it is called as is to. Okay, is to 60. This is how you represent a ratio. When A and B are two quantities of the same kind, then the fraction A by B, that is 90 by 60 in our example, is called as ratio of A and B. Did you all understand the meaning of the ratio? Okay, good. Now let us see further. Thus, the ratio of one quantity to another is the relation in respect of the number of times that one quantity contains the other. So let us read this once again. The ratio of one quantity to another in the relation in respect of number of times. How many times that one quantity will have the other quantity. So this is expressed in fraction and obtained by dividing the first quantity by the second quantity. For your easy understanding, the marks that we saw, that is 90 by 60, whatever we saw here, one contains in another. Now this 60 is already there in 90. After 60 only you will get 70, 80, 90. Correct? So one is already contained in another, which we are expressing. So the ratio between two numbers or two quantities is generally represented in the following format. How do we represent? Firstly, the ratio of A and B. The ratio of A and B, okay, or it is called as A is to B. Okay, just hold on. Okay, sorry for that. Let's continue. So the ratio between A and B is generally represented as the ratio of A and B, they can say, or they can just write it as A is to B. So if you see here, it is read as A is to B. Okay, or you can also write it as A by B. This also will be applicable, or this also will be accepted. So that is the meaning of ratio, where we compare the two quantities of same kind, where the fraction of A by B is there, and we say it as, we read that as A is to B or A by B. Any doubts in the meaning part here? Yeah, can we continue? Yes. Now, moving further, the quantities A and B are called the terms of the ratio. So, a ratio A and B are there, and they are of the quantities of same kind, where we will be comparing them. Now, this comparison can be called as ratio under division method, and these A and B are called as terms of the ratio, and each of the A and B has a name. Now, what is the name? For the A, that is the first term, what we see in the ratio is called as antecedent. Okay, so the first term is called as the antecedent, and the second term B is called as the consequent. So the first term is called what? Antecedent, and the second term is called as consequent. Okay, this you have to remember. Then let us one last time, let us see the definition of a ratio. So ratio can be defined as a relation between any two or more numbers expressed in the same unit, which is found out in some arithmetic form. So we are applying the mathematics or statistics here. So it's a relation between any two or more numbers expressed in the same unit, which is found out in some arithmetic form with the view to making a meaningful comparison between two or more related phenomena. So when there are two or more quantities which is given to us, we represent that in a form, we represented in a form wherein we will be able to analyze their relation. Okay, that is called as a ratio. Okay, so that is the definition of the ratio that we are supposed to understand. Once again, the relation between any two or more numbers which is expressed in the same unit. We cannot compare different units. It has to be in the same unit, which is found in some arithmetic form. What is arithmetic form? A by B. There is a division involved. So that is an arithmetic form. Okay, and with the view of giving a meaningful comparison. Now, when we give a meaningful comparison, that will give us the resultant which is very, very related and which we will be able to understand. So that is the definition of a ratio. Understood? Any doubts still here? Okay. Now, moving on, we have to understand few of the important points before solving the problems. So, what are the points? The terms of the ratio must be of the same unit. That is what we have been learning from the definition. So, if you want to compare, it has to be marks of the students between two students or between two subjects, or between 2 rupees, between kgs. Okay, we cannot compare, or we cannot give a ratio between marks and income. Marks is a different unit, income is a different unit. Now we cannot compare these two and give you the ratio, right? So in these cases we will not be able to do the comparison and we cannot give the ratio for this. So always the ratio must be of the same unit. This is the first important thing. Then ratio has no unit of measurement. So ratios you will not have, see as the example given, 50 marks, 60 marks, that marks is not required to be written. Kgs, hours, you need not write the unit of measurement. If you just write the ratio 50 is to 60, 2 is to 1, 5 is to 4, 8 is to 9, like that, if you just write the numbers, that is enough. Okay, that unit of measurement of kgs, hours, marks, quintals, tons, liters, that need not be mentioned. Okay, so that is the second important point, where ratio has no unit of measurement. And then a ratio remains unaltered if its antecedent and consequent are multiplied or divided by the same scalar number. Now let us take, for example, if I take this ratio 5 is to 6 and if I multiply, okay, if I multiply a same number to both of them, they will be in the same ratio. I'm not talking about the same number. Now let's take, for example, I am multiplying 3. I'm multiplying 3 and 3. Okay, so 5 3s are 15. Okay, I'm multiplying 3 and 3 to both of them. So let's take, for example, I'm multiplying 3. So I will have 15 is to 18. Okay, 15 is to 18 is the ratio we get. Now, when I cancel this ratio, when I do the cancellation, again I can get back to 5 is to 6. So when you have multiplied using one digit, one scalar digit, yeah, we get 15 is to 18. So when we get a scalar digit means one digit. Now if I multiply it with 3, then I can get back to its original ratio format. Okay, now similarly you can divide the, let us take this one, 50 by 60. If I divide this by 10 and this by 10 also, 0 0 0 0 will get cancelled and you get 5 by 6. Sorry, 5 is to 6. So which means the unit has not changed. The ratio measurement or the ratio has not changed from its original form. So it will remain unaltered. Correct, 5:6. So it will remain unaltered. It will not change. Okay, so that is what they are trying to say. Then, generally a ratio is expressed in its lowest possibility unitary terms. That means this 50:60 is reduced to 5:6. Now, if you see 2000:4000, you can easily write this as 2001s are 2002s are. Correct? So 2001, 2, and the lowest possibility number that you can give for this is 1:2. Okay, the lowest possibility number that you can give is 1:2. So that is what they are trying to say. You have to always express the ratio at its lowest possible terms. Now here if you see 50:60, 5:6 is the lowest possibility term. You cannot cancel both of them again because 5 is a prime number. So you'll have to leave it at 5 only. Next, to compare two or more ratios, convert them into equivalent ratios as to make the denominations of the ratios equal. So if you make the denominator part of the ratios as equal, then it is much more easy to compare two or more ratios. Okay, so when you're comparing two or more ratios, two ratios, we know how do we compare. If it is more than two ratios, then we have to convert them into equivalent ratios. Okay, when we convert them or when we change that into equivalent ratios, then it is quite good for us to solve it easily. So these are the important points which you have to understand, wherein the ratios must be in same terms of comparison, and ratios has no unit of measurement. The ratios will remain unaltered if you divide and divide and multiply by a same number, and ratios has to be expressed in the lowest possible numbers, and when you compare two or more ratios, convert them into equivalent ratio to make it easier for you to solve them. Okay, did you all understand the important points? Any doubts until there? Okay. Now let us learn the different forms of ratio. So this can be asked for 2 marks. Okay, each of them they can ask you define compound ratio, what is duplicate ratio. Like this they can ask this for 2 marks. Okay, so we'll just see one by one what are the types or different forms of ratios. Now first one is unit ratio. Now in unit ratio, it's a ratio of equality in which both the terms are equal. Very easy. So if you see here 1:1, 3:3, 5:5, 10:10. So it is equal. The antecedent is equal to the consequent. The first term is called as antecedent. The second term is called as consequent. Okay, so if both the numbers are equal, then it is called as equality ratio or unit ratio. Understood unit ratio? Okay. Now next is inverse or reciprocal ratio. Now when it comes to inverse ratio, the ratio is said to be inverse of the other if their product is 1. If you multiply A into B and if you multiply B into A, okay, the product should be the same number. Okay, in other words, an inverse ratio is one which is obtained by interchanging the antecedent and consequent. So we are interchanging A in the place of B and B in the place of A. When we do this, that is what we get in the inverse ratio. Okay, so we will be using a few of these ratios while we are solving the problems. So this is an inverse or a reciprocal ratio. Now the next one is compound ratio. Let A be A is to B and C is to D are two ratios. So here we have two sets of ratios, that is A is to B is one ratio and C is to D is another ratio. Then ratio of A into C is to B into D is called as compound ratio of two ratios, that is A is to B and C is to D. So if you have understood what they have done here, they have just multiplied both the antecedents. So if you see, this is the antecedent of the ratio, this is the consequent. Here this is the antecedent, this is the consequent. So antecedents have been multiplied and then consequence also has been multiplied. So that is why you get A into C is to B into D. So this is called as a compound ratio. Did you understand the first three ratios? Unit, inverse and compound? Okay. Then the next ratio is duplicate ratio. Now duplicate ratio is when a ratio is compounded by itself. When the ratio is multiplied by itself, then that is called as a duplicate ratio. If A is to B is a ratio, then if we multiply A into A, which will become A square. And if I multiply B into B, it will become B square. And this will be the duplicate ratio of A is to B. So you can see here 2 is to 3, 2 square, 3 square is the duplicate ratio of 2 is to 3. When you raise it to the power of 2, that is called as duplicate ratio. Clear? Understood duplicate ratio? You just have to square the ratios given. And the next one is subduplicate. When in duplicate ratio you square them, so subduplicate means you will have to find the square root of them. Okay, subduplicate means find the square root of the terms of the ratio. So that is known as subduplicate ratio. A subduplicate ratio is one which is obtained by taking square roots. Okay, Gauri, I'll explain it. Okay, so you have to take the square root of each of the terms of ratio. That is known as subduplicate. Duplicate ratio is just squaring the terms of the ratio. No matter which term they have given to you, just square them, find the square. Now let's take for example, there is a term like this, 9 is to 7 is the ratio. Now if they ask you to find the duplicate of it, you will have to just square it. 9 square is to 7 square. Okay, what is 9 square? 81 is to 7 square is 49. Correct? So this will be our duplicate ratio of 9 is to 7. So that is duplicate and subduplicate ratio. In duplicate ratio, you will square the numbers. In subduplicate ratio, you will find the square root of the numbers. Next is triplicate ratio. Now triplicate ratio is nothing but when you cube the numbers. Duplicate means 2 times. Triplicate means 3 times. Okay. Now in triplication or triplicate ratio, you just have to cube the numbers. So let us take the same example. 2 cube is to 3 cube. So you are cubing the numbers. 3 times you are multiplying the numbers. That is why it is called as cubing. So triplicate 3 times. Are you all able to follow? Are you all getting it? How it is done? Yeah, and then you have sub-triplicate. Now in sub-duplicate, you understood, or in sub-duplicate, you found out the square root of it. In sub-triplicate, you just have to find the cube root of the number. So let us see this example. 2 cube is 8. 3 cube is 27. This is the triplicate ratio. But when it comes to onto the reverse, 27 is the sub-triplicate. What is the sub-triplicate ratio of 27? It is 3. Why it is 3? 3 cube is 27. 3 threes are 9, 9 threes are 27. Then 4 fours are 16, 16 fours are 64. So that is why 64 is there. Understood? Understood triplicate and sub-triplicate ratio? Okay. The next one is continued ratio. Now in continued ratio, you will have the second number will be continued. Now if you see here, see firstly the definition is when the relationship between 3 or more aspects of same kind is expressed in the form of ratio. So if you see this example, 3:4:6:8. Now how do I represent this? 3. Very good morning. Okay, so we will understand what are the different forms of ratios. So yesterday we learned unit ratio. Unit ratio is when we will be having the antecedent will be equal to the consequent. That will be the unit ratio. Now here in the unit ratio, what will happen? You will have both A and A is to B. Whatever we take, it will be same. So that is known as unit ratio. Now next is inverse ratio or reciprocal ratio. Now in inverse ratio, the product of A is to B and B is to A will be same. So the ratio is said to be inverse if the product is equal to 1. So it will be same. The A is to B and B is to A. Whenever they do the product, it will be 1. Okay, we'll see these ratios when we solve the problems. Then compound ratio. In compound ratio, where if you have two ratios, A is to B and C is to D, we are going to multiply the antecedent, that is A and C. That is the antecedent we will multiply, and then the consequent also will be multiplied. Okay, so antecedents multiplied is A into C and consequent multiplied is B into D. Okay, so that is the compound ratio. Next is duplicate ratio. Whenever you square the ratios, square each of the element of the ratio, that is antecedent square is to consequent square, that will become the duplicate ratio. Subduplicate ratio, whenever you find the square root of it, that is called as subduplicate ratio. And then when it comes to triplicate ratio, whenever you cube the ratios, that is called as triplicate ratio. And subtriplicate, you have to find out the square root. Sub, whenever you see sub, then that is square root or that is the cube root. That will be for subduplicate, it will be the square root. For subtriplicate, it will be the cube root. Then continued ratio. When it comes to continued ratio, you will have the ratio in this format where the after the first number, the in between numbers will be continuous. Okay, because more than one aspect of the number will be same. So if you solve this ratio, 3/4 is one ratio. Okay, the second ratio will be repeated with this 4:6. So that will become 4/6. And then the final ratio will be 6:8, that is 6/8. So this is the continued ratio. Okay, so 3/4 is equal to 4/6 is equal to 6/8. So that is going to be the continued ratio. We are continuing the number after the first number. After the first number, the 4 is being continued to the second ratio. And after that, the third number 6 is being continued to the next ratio. Okay, next, ratio or greater inequality. In a ratio A is to B, if A is more than B. If A is greater than B, that is the antecedent is greater than the consequent, such ratio is called as ratio of greater inequality. If you see the example, the antecedent is greater than the consequent. So if you see the antecedent, it is 3 and the consequent is 2. So 3 is to 2 and then 5 is to 2. So 3 is to 2, 3 is greater than 2, 5 is to 2, 5 is greater than 2. Okay, 2 is to 1, 2 is greater than 1. Understood? So that is the antecedent is greater than the consequent. So this is known as ratio of greater inequality. Next, ratio of lesser inequality. This is opposite. So the first, the antecedent will be lesser than the consequent. The antecedent is 2 and the consequent is 3. So the antecedent is 5, the consequent is 7. If you see the antecedent, that is the first number or the first term is lesser than the second term. So this is known as ratio of lesser inequality. This is ratio of greater inequality. This is ratio of lesser inequality. So these are the 10 important types of ratios. Understood? Any doubts until here? Okay. Now let us start with the problems. If the cost of 1 kg of bananas is rupees 30 and the cost of 1 kg of apples is rupees 90, find the ratio of cost of bananas and apples. Now the first and foremost condition in the ratios is it is supposed to be of the same unit. Now please check the unit. The cost of 1 kg. So the unit here is kg and the unit here for the apples is also kg. So 1 kg of banana and 1 kg of apple. So this kg is kept constant and the cost is differing. What is the cost? For 1 kg of banana, it will be rupees 30 and for the 1 kg of apple, it is going to be rupees 90. So all that we have to do is very, very simple. One second. The required ratio is cost of banana is to cost of apples. Very good. So what is cost of banana? Rupees 30 is to cost of apples is rupees 90. So here I have 30 is to 90. So 3, first we will take out 0 and 0. Okay, 30 is to 20, we'll take out 0 and 0. So the ratio will become 3 is to 9. And then you can also do the cancellation from 3, correct? So 3 ones are 3 threes are. So therefore the ratio is 1 is to 3. Okay, everybody got 1 is to 3? Understood how to find the ratios? It's a very simple problem where we are finding the ratio for this. Now let's go to the next problem. Now the next problem is find the ratio of 300 kgs and 3 quintals. Now 300 kgs and quintals are not of same unit. Okay, kgs is a different unit, though kgs and quintals are related. Okay, so but they are of a different unit. So first what we have to do, we have to convert kgs into quintals. Okay, so 1 quintal one quintal is equal to 100 kgs. Okay, 1 quintal is equal to 100 kgs. So 3 quintals is equal to 3 into 100. So 300 kgs. Now we have converted the quintals to kgs. Now let us find the ratio. 300 kgs is to 300 kgs. Or what you can do is, we will write it with quintals and then change it to kgs. Okay, so 300 kgs is to 3 quintal. That is 300 kgs is to 300 kgs. Therefore, 300 is to 300, which is nothing but 1:1 ratio. Yeah, you can take it as 3:3. Okay, no problem. Now again 3 ones are 3 ones are, it will go. So 1:1 will be the ratio. Understood? Understood this problem? Okay, now let's go to the next problem. Now the next problem is, find the ratio of 3:48 minutes and 3 hours 48 minutes. So 3:48 minutes is one measure, 3 hours and 48 minutes is one more measure. Okay, now if you see, we are supposed to convert this hours into minutes. So one side you have minutes, the other side you have hours and minutes, right? So we have to convert this hours also into minutes so that we will have the same unit to find the answer. Okay, so first thing, let us convert the hours into minutes. So we will just write down like this: 3:48 minutes is to 3 hours 48 minutes. So here, convert hours into minutes. So how do we convert hours into minutes? Very good, Spurti. So we have 3:48 minutes on one side. On the other side, we have 3 hours. For 1 hour, if we have 60 minutes, for 3 hours, how many minutes will we have? 3 hours into 60 minutes. Okay, plus this 48 minutes will be kept as it is. Okay, so 3:48 minutes on the other side is to 3 hours. 3 hours into 60 minutes will give you 180 minutes plus 48 minutes. So therefore 3:48 is to 180 plus 48 is 228. Okay, now you can simplify this. Check if it goes in 2 ones are. 2 ones are 2, 2 sevens are 14, correct? And 2 fours are 8. Then again 2 ones are 2, 2 ones are 2, 2 fours are 8. Okay, now again it will go in 2, 2 eights are 16. You can just simplify like this. Okay, 2 eights are 16, like how we found LCM. Then 2 twos are 4 is to 2 fives are 10, 2 sevens are 14. Now, oh wait. This should be 87. 2 eights are 16, 1 carry, and then 7. Yeah, 87 is to 57. Even further, you can reduce, check where you will get the value. 29 is to 19. Yeah, correct. Which table did you consider? 5, 4, yeah. 4 twos are 8, no. 3 you have to consider, 4 you will not get. 3 twos are 6, 27, 3 nines are 27. So you can take that. So therefore the final, see always they have told ratio should be in the simplified, the most simplified format or the most simplified number, right? So if you take, consider 3 table, 3 twos are 6, so 2 will be carried, so 27. 3 nines are 27 is 2, again 3 ones are 3, 2 will be carried over, 3 nines are 27. So your final ratio is 29:19. Understood? Any doubt in this problem? Can we go to the next problem? Yeah. Now the next problem is divide rupees 800 between A and B in the ratio of 1:3. Okay. So we are supposed to divide 800 rupees with A and B. So 800 rupees is there, which has to be shared with A and B in the ratio of 1:3. Okay. Now here what are we going to do is, we will first consider rupees 800 is to be made into how many parts? We are supposed to divide 800 into 2 parts. But if you see the ratio, okay, if you see the ratio 1:3, if you add them 1 plus 3, you will get 4. Correct? So that rupees 800 has to be made into 4 parts, where 1 part of the 4 parts is taken by A and rest 3 of the parts is being taken by B. Okay, 1 part has been taken by A and the second part has been taken by B. Now here let us solve it. So rupees 800 is to be made into 3 plus 1 is equal to 4 parts. Okay. Out of which 1 part, that is 1/4, is paid to A and 3/4 is paid to B. Okay, good. 200 and 400. So A's share, you would have solved these problems in partnership accounts. A's share is equal to, out of total 800, you are supposed to give 1/4 part, right? So 800 into 1/4 will give you rupees 200, and B's share 800 into 3/4, where rupees 600 will be considered. So A's share will be rupees 200, B's share will be rupees 300. Now can we go to the next question? Now this is the same question like the previous one. 2,40,000 has to be shared between A and B in the ratio of 5:7. Now will you try solving this problem? Try this problem. Start with sum of ratio. Sum of ratio. What is the sum of ratio? 5 plus 7, which will be 12. So 5/12 has to be paid to A and 7/12 has to be paid to B. That is the ratio that you have to follow. 1 lakh is to 1,40,000. You just have to say A's share and B's share. Okay, instead of giving it in the ratio, just say it in the way of share. So A's share is equal to 2,40,000 into 5 divided by 12, and B's share is equal to 2,40,000 into 7 by 12. So 2,40,000 into 5 by 12 will give us rupees 1 lakh, and 2,40,000 into 7 by 12 will give us 1,40,000. Okay. Now from where did this 11k? Okay, Praveen, don't give me in that thousands. It has to be 1 lakh and 1,40,000. Can we go to the next question? Yeah, correct. Now next, these are very easy questions. You're supposed to find the duplicate and triplicate ratio of the numbers. Now duplicate ratio. What is duplicate ratio? When you square the ratios, it is called as duplicate ratio. When you cube the ratios, they are called as triplicate ratios. Okay. So first let us find out duplicate ratio of both of this, and then we will find the cube of the numbers. Now first, we will find duplicate ratio. Now duplicate ratio of what is the first question? 2:3, which is nothing but 2 square is to 3 square, which is 4:9. Okay. So this is the duplicate ratio. And then very good. Second one, 5:8. 5 square is to 8 square. So 25:64. Very good. Okay. Now similarly find the triplicate ratio. In triplicate ratio you are supposed to cube them. Okay. Triplicate ratio 2:3. 2 cube is to 3 cube, which means 3 times you have to multiply. 2 2s are 4, 4 2s are 8 is to 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27. Then 5:8. 5 cube is to 8 cube is equal to 5 cube, 5 5s are 25, 25 5s are 125 is to 8 8s are 64, 64 into 8 is 512. So these are the duplicate and triplicate ratios of the given question. Understood? Any doubts in this? Duplicate and triplicate? Okay. Now the next question. Calculate subduplicate ratio. Now duplicate ratio means squaring. Subduplicate ratio means square root of it. Okay. In duplicate ratios, we found the square of the numbers. In subduplicate ratios, you have to find the square root of the numbers. Okay. So let us find it. So 144 is to 169. This is nothing but square root of 144 is to square root of 169. So square root of 144 is 12. Square root of 169 is 13. Everybody got the same answer? Very good. Second one, 2:8. Correct. So for the second one, 4:68. Square root of 4 is to square root of 68. So square root of 4 is 2, is to 68 is 8. So 12 is to 13, 2 is to 8 is the subduplicate ratios of the given numbers. Now similarly, next one, subtriplicate ratio. Triplicate means cube root. So duplicate means square root, triplicate means cube root. Okay. So 27 is to 125, which is nothing but cube root of 27 is to cube root of 125. So cube root of 27 is nothing but 3. 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27, and cube root of 125 is 5. So 3:5 is the subtriplicate ratio. And for the second one, 15.625 is to 8. Now such problems are a little complicated. You just have to try and multiply the numbers 3 times and find out. Okay, so they will not ask you such complicated numbers, don't worry about that. Okay, so here cube root of 15.625 is to cube root of 8. Okay, now cube root of 8 is 2. We have to do some multiplication for 15.625. Now let us see. 2 cube is 8, correct? 3 cube is 3 3s are 9, 9 3s are 27. So it has to be between these two values, right? 15.625 is between 8 and 27. So the number also should be between 2 and 3. Now let us find out 2.1 cube. Can you calculate 2.1 into 2.1 into 2.1? What is the answer you will get? It's not 25. 25 is not the answer. Okay, so 2.1 cube is 9.261. So this is not what we want. Now let's check 2.2 cube. 2.2 into 2.2 into 2.2. We are getting, you are getting 5.2 of 2.5. Sharath? Spurti, is it 2.5? Excuse me, do not get confused. It is not 15,625. It is 15.625. Okay, so 2.2 cube also you will not get. Like that only, if you check 2.5 cube, you might get the answer. So 2.5 into 2.5 into 2.5, which will give you 15.625. So this is 2.5 is to 2. You just have to do a little multiplication here to check the value of the cube. Again 25 cube is okay, 25 cube might be 15,625, but it is not this value. You're saying me from, because 25 cube is 15,625, 2.5 you can take. That is a way. But then please read the question properly. 15.625. It is not 15,625. Okay, be very careful with that. Now, did you all understand this problem? Any doubts here with subtriplicate? Okay, now then moving on to the next question. If x is to y is 4:5 and y is to z is 4:6, find x is to y is to z. So they're asking us to find the continuous ratio. Okay, now here what we can do is the value of y we have to consider, see in the first ratio, and the value of the same y we are also supposed to consider in the second ratio. Okay, we'll write down few statements since you require some explanation. So here the value of y in first ratio is 5 and in the second ratio is 4, correct? So the value of first ratio is 5, the value of y in the first ratio is 5 and in the second ratio is 4. Yeah, good Spooty. Yeah, it's a compound ratio. Now, what we will be doing here is, we have to find x is to y is to z. Okay. So, therefore, we will multiply the first ratio by 4 and second ratio by 5. Okay. So, what will happen at that time? X is to y, that is 4 is to 5. Okay. We are going to multiply this with the, we are going to multiply the first ratio by 4. Okay. Now, how does this come? 4 fours are 16 and 5 fours are 20. So, 4 into 4 is to 5 into 4, which will be 4 fours are 16 is to 5 fours are 20. Similarly, y is to z, that is 4 is to 6. We are going to multiply this with 5, like how we did for simultaneous equation. So, you will have 4 into 5 is to 6 into 5. So, 4 5s are 20 is to 6 5s are 30. Okay. Now, what we are supposed to do? X, since the value of y is same now, so x is to y is 16 is to 20 and y is to z is 20 is to 30. Okay, sorry. 20 is to 30. Since the value of y is same, so x is to y is to z is nothing but 16 is to 20 is to 30. Okay. You can simplify this. If you can simplify the ratio, can you simplify the ratio? 2 8s are 16, 2 10s are, 2 15s are. That's all. This is the simplest form of the ratio. Understood? Any doubts here? Okay. Now try solving this. It's very similar to the previous problem. Try solving this. So if A is to B is 5 is to 7, this is equal to, okay? A is to B is equal to is equal to 5 is to 7. So what do you have here? You have to multiply A is to B should be multiplied with 3, 5 is to 7. So 5 into 3 is to 7 into 3. Correct? 5 3s are 15 is to 7 3s are 21. And then B is to C, that is 3 is to 2 should be multiplied with 7. So 3 into 7 is to 2 into 7. So 7 3s are 21 is to 7 2s are 14. So therefore, A is to B is to C is nothing but 15 is to 21 is to 14. I don't think we'll be able to reduce the ratio further because you have prime numbers being added. Yes? Okay. Clear? Understood everything? No doubts? Very good. Very good. Okay. So we'll stop here for today and we'll continue in the next class. Fine? Very good morning. We were supposed to divide rupees 118 between A, B and C, where A is to B is supposed to get 3 is to 4, and B is to C should get 5 is to 6. Okay, so that is how we are supposed to do. And if you have solved, well and good. If not, please see this and solve along with me. So firstly, what have they given to us? They have given A is to B is 3 is to 4, and B is to C is 5 is to 6. Correct? So what are we supposed to find out? First, we have to use these two ratios and find out the continuous ratio. And then we will be able to divide 118 among A, B and C. Okay? So to find A is to B is to C, we will be multiplying A is to B by 5. Now, why are we multiplying A is to B by 5? Good, Spurti. Correct answer. If you see here, A is to B is 3 is to 4. Okay. And B is to C is 5 is to 6. So we want this B to be same. In both the places, if B is same, then I will be able to get the continuous equation. Now let us understand like this. A is to B is 3 is to 4 and B is to C is 5 is to 6. If this and this number is same, then we will be able to get A is to B is to C, and we can divide 118 among A, B and C. Okay, so what we are doing is we are going to multiply this whole ratio into 5. Okay, and we'll be multiplying this ratio with 4. So like that, we will be able to get same number for these two places. Okay, so if you see here, if I multiply 5 with this ratio, 3 5s are 15, 5 4s are 20. So I get 15 is to 20. And if I multiply 4 to this ratio, 4 5s are 20 and 4 6 are 24. Okay, now 20 and 20 is same. So I can write a continuous ratio of 15 is to 20 is to 24. Okay, so that is the main reason why we are multiplying A is to B by 5 and we'll be multiplying B is to C by 4. Okay, very good, Spurti. January 15 is to 20 is correct. Did you all understand the concept behind how do we solve for the continuous ratio? Now let us get into the problem and solve the problem. Okay, now we are multiplying A is to B by 5 and B is to C by 4. Okay, so 5 into A is to B is nothing but 5 into 3 is to 4, which is 15 is to 20. 5 threes are 15, 5 fours are 20. Now similarly, 4 into B is to C, which is nothing but 4 into 5 is to 6. So 4 5s are 20 is to 4 6 are 24. Therefore, A is to B is to C is 15 is to 20 is to 24. Now we have the ratio in which that 118 rupees has to be divided. Now let us divide that 118 rupees. So 118 rupees is supposed to be divided. Now divide rupees 118 in 15 is to 20 is to 24. Okay, so sum of ratio, solve it like this in a easy manner. 15 plus 20 plus 24 is nothing but 59. 9. If you add all of them, it will be 59. Now define A's share. Now what is A's share? A's share will be 15 by 59. So A's share is equal to 15 divided by 59 into, sorry, 1 second. We'll take 118 first. 118 into 15 by 59. Now can you find out the amount? How much will be the amount? 30 rupees. 30 rupees will be the amount. That is the A's share. Now similarly calculate B's share. B's share is 118 into 20 by 59. How much will be the share of B? 40 rupees. Everybody is getting the same answer, 40 rupees. Good, 40 rupees. And finally, C share is equal to 118 into 24 by 59. So that is going to be 48. Very good. Okay, so we have divided 118 rupees between A, B and C, where A is getting 30 rupees, B is getting 40 rupees and C is getting 48 rupees. Clear? Any doubts? Good. Chapter is easy, ratios are easy. Nice. Now let us go to the next type of problem, that is which is greater ratio, 2.5 or 5.2. Now we are supposed to do some calculation here to find out which ratio is greater. Okay, is 2 is to 5 is greater or 5 is to 2 is greater, that we have to understand. Okay, now how do we solve this problem? Am I audible? Is my voice clear to everyone? Okay, great. So let us start. So in such scenario, first you have to express this ratio in fraction format. Okay, so express the ratio in fractions. So 2 is to 5 will become 2 by 5 and 5 is to 2 will become 5 by 2. Okay, so we have converted the ratios into the fraction format. Now what we will be doing is we will find the LCM of the denominators. Okay, what are the denominators here? 5 and 2. So we are going to find the LCM of the denominators. So now find the LCM of denominators, that is 5 and 2. So 5 and 2, what will be the LCM? 5 2s are 10. LCM will be 10. Good. Now after getting the LCM, now let us convert these two fractions into the other fraction where the denominator will be 10. Okay, what I am saying is now we have 2 by 5 and 5 by 2. Now we have to convert these fractions where the denominator is same. The denominator is same. Now here we have already found the LCM, that is 10. So let us make the denominator part as 10. So it is easy for us to judge by the numerator which is the greatest number. So now convert the fractions so that denominators are equal. Now, if you take the first fraction, 2 by 5, if I want to get, yeah, very good, Lakshmi. If I want to get denominator as 10, what should I multiply? 5 twos are 10, correct? Now, since I am multiplying the denominator with 2, I should also multiply numerator with 2. Okay, so what will happen here is, if I want 10 here, I multiplied with 2. Now above 2 twos are, it will become 4. Okay, so that is the first fraction. That is the first fraction which we have converted. Now the second fraction is 5 by 2. Now in this, which number should I multiply in the denominator so that I get 10? Which number should I multiply here? 2 5s are 10, correct? So 2 5s are 10. So since I'm multiplying 5 in the denominator, I should also multiply 5 in the numerator. So 5 5s are 25. Okay. Any doubts still here? Did you all understand this part? Good. Now, if you see the numerator part, you have 4 and you have 25, right? So, when you compare the numerator, which is the greater number? Is 4 the greater number or 25 is the greater number? 25 is the greater number. Since 25 is the greater number, the fraction 5 by 2 is greater ratio. Okay, so write the conclusion here. Since the numerator of 5 is to 2 ratio is greater, therefore 5 is to 2 is greater ratio. Understood? Understood this problem? Any doubts? Okay, good. Now there is one more similar problem. Now try solving this problem. Give it a try. After that I will solve. Let us see who can give me the answer first. Very good. Many of them have given the answer already. 2 is to 3 is the greater ratio. Very good. Correct answer, everyone. So how did you find the answer? So first you have to form the fraction. Okay. So the fraction form of ratios 2 by 3 and 3 by 7. Now let us find the LCM of 3 and 7. So 7 3s are 21, right? So 2 by 3, I should multiply this with 7 and numerator also with 7. So I get 21, 7 2s are 14. And on the other side, 3 by 7, I should multiply with 3 and also with 3. So 9 by 21. Correct? 14 by 21, 9 by 21. Therefore, the 2:3 is the greater ratio. Very good. Now, let us go to the next problem. Now, in the next problem, it's a statement problem, but again, ratio, it's a very easy problem to solve. So, let us solve the next problem. Now, here, read the question. A's monthly salary is rupees 2,500 and B's annual income from land is rupees 40,000, and what is the ratio of their income? So both are income here. What is that? First one is monthly salary, and for the second one it is the annual income from land. He would have rented out the land or he would have given it on lease. Okay, so that is the second part. So we are supposed to find out the ratio between the income. But one thing, if you note, one is a monthly salary and other one is a annual salary. Very good. Correct, Lakshmi. So one is a monthly salary, other one is a annual income. So we have to convert that monthly salary into annual income, or you have to convert the annual into monthly. Either one of it you have to change, and then only you will be able to get the ratio of their income. Okay, so we will write a note saying that we are converting one of them and then we'll find the ratio. Correct, Lakshmi. The answer is right. Sharath, very good. 3:4 is the answer. You people are very quick. Write down a note also there. Note that A's income is given on monthly basis and B's income on annual basis. Okay, to find the ratio of incomes, either convert A's monthly income to annual income, A's monthly income to annual income, or B's annual income to monthly income, and then compare to find ratio. Okay, so if at all this comes in a 6 marks question, write the explanation like this so that they are also very clear about what you are trying to answer. Fine. So did you all understand the note? We are either converting A's monthly to annual, or we will be considering B's annual and converting that to monthly. So here what we will try to do is we will convert monthly to annual. So income ratio is equal to A is to B. Now what is A's income? Rupees 2,500 for 12 months. Every month is getting rupees 2500. Okay, and what is B's annual income? Rupees 40,000. So rupees 2500 into 12 will give us 30,000, and this will be 40,000. So 30,000 is to 40,000. If you take out all the zeros, it's going to be 3 is to 4. And this is the income ratio of A is to B. Everybody understood? Any doubts? Okay, now let's go to the next question. Divide 3,900 into 3 parts in the ratio of 1 by 2 is to 1 by 3 is to 1 by 4. Okay, so this until now we were having 2 is to 3 is to 4 like that, but now it is 1 by 2 is to 1 by 3 is to 1 by 4. Okay, so let us see how to solve such questions where the ratios are also in the fractions. Okay, so first we have to convert the ratios wherein we get the same denominators. That is the key always, wherever you get the same denominators. Lakshmi, how did you get 3,900, my dear? Wait, we will convert the ratio first. Okay, don't add them and divide. We'll convert the ratio, and you're trying to get the equation. It might not work out all the time. You might get stuck in some of the step. Okay, so let's convert the ratio into a different format, and then we will solve it. So first convert the ratios so that we get same denominators. Okay, so that we get same denominators. Now how can we do that? By taking LCM of denominators. So LCM of 2, 3 and 4. Find out. 2 ones are, 2 twos are, 3 ones are, 2 ones are. So 2, 3 and 2. 2 threes are 6, 6 twos are 12. So the LCM is going to be 12, right? So we have to convert all of these ratios, that 1 by 2, 1 by 3 and 1 by 4 ratio should be converted into the ratios where the denominator for everything is 12. Okay, like how we did the previous to previous question. Similarly, we are going to do it here. Okay, so let us take equation one after the other. So the first equation is 1 by 2. Now for 1 by 2, what should I multiply so that I get the denominator as 12? Very good, very good. 6 is to 4 is to 3 is the ratio, correct. Now what should I multiply? I have to multiply 6. So if I multiply 6 in the denominator, I should also multiply 6 in the numerator. Okay, if I multiply 6 in the denominator, I should also multiply 6 in the numerator. So 1 6 are 6. So this is our first ratio. Very good. Many of them are giving the answers. Now what is the second ratio? 1 by 3. Now again, what number should I multiply where I will get 12? 3 4s are. Now if I multiply 4 for the denominator, I should also multiply 4 for the numerator. So I will get 4 by 12. And finally, we have 1 by 4. And which number should I multiply so I get 12? 4 3s are 12. So I have to also multiply 3 for the numerator, and my ratio will be here finally. So therefore, the required ratio, now since the denominators are same, let us only consider the numerators. So the required ratio is 6:4:3. Everybody understood until here? Any doubts in converting the ratio or finding the ratio? Okay. Now let us do the sharing of the amount, that is 3,900. Okay. So the next part is now divide rupees 3,900 in ratio 6:4:3. Okay. So now sum of ratios, 6 is 6 plus 4 plus 3, that is 13. Therefore, first part of rupees 3,900 is 3,900, or we will put an equal to 3,900 into 6/13. That is gonna be rupees how much? 1,800. So second part of rupees 3,900 is equal to 3,900 into 4/13. And what is the amount here? 1,200. And the final part of rupees 3,900 is equal to 3,900 into 3/13. That will be 900. So these are the required amount. Clear? Understood? Anybody has any doubt in the problem? Can we move further? Good. Okay. Now, the next question. Two numbers are in the ratio of 7:11. So the two numbers are in the ratio of 7:11. If 7 is added to each of the numbers, the ratio becomes 2:3. Find the numbers. This looks like an equation problem, okay, but it is of a ratio because it clearly says it is in the ratio of. So let us solve this problem by using our knowledge of equations also. So firstly, since the numbers are in ratio of 7:11, right? That is the ratio given. So let the numbers be. Now what we are doing is, since the ratio is 7:11, so we are assuming the numbers to be 7x and 11x. Okay, so that x will be, okay, that x will be the proper number when when it's multiplied to 7, you will get the first part of the number, and when it is multiplied with 11 will give you the second part. Okay, and in ratios, this 7:11 is the number of times the number is being multiplied with. So that is why it is, numbers can be taken as 7x and 11x. So that is the first sentence. If two numbers are in the ratio of 7:11, then we can consider the numbers to be 7x and 11x. Did you all understand this first sentence? Everybody? Everyone understood? Okay, Lakshmi gave me the answer also. Very good, Lakshmi. That's the right answer. Good. Now, see the second sentence. If 7 is added to each of the numbers, the ratio will become 2:3. So, if I add 7 to both of these numbers, so given when 7 is added to, 7 is added to both numbers, that is, first number is 7x. For this I am adding 7, and second number is 11x. For this I am adding 7. Okay, now when we add 7 to these numbers, the ratio will become 2:3. The ratio will be 2:3. Correct? So what we can do here, which is easy, is when it is 2:3, I can represent the ratio in the fraction format, right? So I am taking the two unknowns here also into the fraction format. So therefore 7x plus 7 divided by 11x plus 7 is equal to 2:3, means 2/3. Everybody understood? Any doubt still here? Good. Now just cross multiply and solve the equation. So 7x plus 7 into 3 is equal to 2 into 11x plus 7. So 7 3s are 21x plus 7 3s are 21 is equal to 2 into 11 is 22x plus 7 2s are 14. So all the x to one side. So what we will do here is 21 minus 14 is equal to 22x minus 21x. So 21 minus 14 will give me 7. 22 minus 21 is x. So therefore x is equal to 7. Everybody got x is equal to 7? Therefore the numbers are 7x, which is nothing but 7 into 7 is 49, and 11x, 11 into 7 is equal to 77. So these two are the numbers. Any doubts? See, it might seem easy, but some point of time, if you're not able to analyze the question, you can feel stuck. So please concentrate, understand. If you have any doubt or you want me to repeat it again, please let me know. Everybody understood? Okay, good. Now, moving on to the next question. The ratio of the students in arts, science and commerce faculties is 5:4:3. If the number of students in science faculty is 236, find the number of students in arts and commerce faculties. So the number of students in science stream, faculties means science stream, is given to us, that is nothing but 236. Okay, but they have not given us how many students are there in arts as well as commerce. Fine. So we have to find out that. But we know that there is a ratio of all the three streams, that is in 5:4:3 ratio. Okay. Now let us find out the value. What is the ratio given? The ratio of arts is to science is to commerce is nothing but 5:4:3. Okay, and then number of students in science is given to us, that is nothing but 236 students. Okay, so that is for the ratio 4. See, arts, science, commerce, right? So for the ratio, this is the arts, this is science, and this is the 3 is commerce. So for 4, okay, for that 4 ratio, the number of students are 236. Okay, now for 5, what is 5? Ratio of 5 is for what? If art, science, commerce is equal to 5:4:3, what is this ratio 5 belong to? For which stream? Arts, correct? So for 5, how we will be finding out is number of arts students, is equal to, take the science students 236, okay, and divide that by the ratio of the science students. I'm repeating it again, listen carefully. For the ratio of 4, okay, that is science student, the number of students are already given to us, that is 236. And for 5 is for the science, sorry, arts, 5 is for the arts. Now the number of art students, how do we find this? Take the total number of students in science, which is given to us, divide by the ratio of science. What is the ratio of science? 4. And then multiply it with the ratio of arts. Multiply it with the ratio of arts. Okay, Lakshmi, from where did you get 12? Did you add everything? No. Wait. There's a different way of doing this. You need not add everything and divide. Okay. So listen carefully. 236 divided by ratio of science. Divided by ratio of science into the ratio of arts. So how many students will you get here? Find out this. 236 by 4 into 5, 295. So in arts there are 295 students. Now similarly, let us find out for commerce also. Therefore, for 3, that is number of commerce students, this is nothing but the total number of science students divided by ratio of science, that is 4, multiplied with ratio of commerce, that is 3. So we have 177 students. Okay, so you can write the conclusion. Therefore, the number of students in commerce is 177 and arts is 295. Understood now? Whenever they have given you one information, then you take that information, divide by the ratio, multiply it with the required ratio. Any doubts in this problem? Good. There is one last question. Okay. Try solving this question today and we shall discuss this in the tomorrow's class. Okay, fine. Is that fine? Okay, we shall stop the class here for today and we'll continue later. Good morning. Did you all get the answer for this? Firstly, can you all see the screen? We will finish this and go to the next concept. Okay. So X, Y, and Z will play cricket, where the runs of X and Y is in the ratio of 3:2. And Y's runs to Z's run is in the ratio of 3:2. Together they score 342 runs. How many runs did each score? So they have given the ratio of X is to Y and Y is to Z. So solution, ratio of runs between X and Y is 3:2 and ratio of runs between Y and Z is also 3:2. So therefore, multiply X is to Y with 3 and Y is to Z with 2. So therefore, X is to Y is equal to 3 into 3:2. 3 3s are 9 is to 3 2s are 6. Then Y is to Z, you have to multiply it with 2. So what you will get? 3 2s are 6 is to 2 2s are 4. So therefore, X is to Y is to Z is 9 is to 6 is to 4. Now let us find the share. So A's, before this, the total runs scored are 342. Okay, the total runs scored are 342. So A's, sorry, that is X, right? X runs is equal to 342 into the ratio is 9 is to 6 is to 4. So you have to add all the ratio. So sum of ratio will be 9 plus 6 plus 4 is 19. So 9 by 19 will give you 162 runs and Y's runs is equal to 342 into 6 by 19. That will give you 108 runs and Z's runs is equal to 342 into 4 by 19, which will give you 72 runs. So these are the runs. Clear? Any doubts in the problem?
Okay, good. Now let us go to the next concept under ratio, that is called as proportion. You'll have easy problems only. Okay, so this ratio and proportion are studied together. Okay, we understood what is the ratio. Now let us understand what is proportion. Now proportion represents two equal ratios. Okay, proportion represents two equal ratios. When four quantities A, B, C and D are related as A is to B is equal to C is to D. If the A, B, C, D quantities are related like this. So you have two ratios here. So two equal ratios. One ratio is A is to B. The other ratio is C is to D. And these two ratios are equal. Okay, then when in such scenario we can say that A, B, C and D are in proportion. Okay, so we have two ratios and these two ratios, they are equal, and whenever the two ratios are equal, they are said to be in proportion. Okay, when A is called the first term or first proportional, B is called second term or second proportional, C is the third term or third proportional, and D is the fourth term or fourth proportional. That is the names given. Okay, so A is the first term or first proportional, B is the second term or second proportional, C is the third term or third proportional, D is the fourth term or fourth proportional. Okay, so these are the names. And one more way of naming them are the last two numbers, that is the first one and the last one. These are the extremes. So if you see them, the A is in one extreme, D is in the other extreme. Okay, so A and D are called as extremes, and B and C are called as means. You would have learned this even in your PUC. Okay, so A and D are extremes and B and C are means. So did you understand what do you mean by proportion? Proportion represents two equal ratios where A, B, C, D are given. If A is to B is equal to C is to D, then all A, B, C, D are said to be in proportion. Understood? Okay. Okay, this I think you're able to see, right? So the rules of proportion. Now we understood A and D are extremes, B and C are means, right? So product of extremes is equal to product of means. This is one major formula in proportion, which is also called as rule of proportion, which we will be following to solve the problems. So product of extremes, that is A into D, is equal to B into C. Okay, now there is another derivation which is given here, which is nothing but your normal proportion A is to B is equal to C is to D. You can represent this as A by B is equal to C by D. Now if you do the cross multiplication, you will again end up with product of extremes is equal to product of means. Okay, so AD is equal to BC. Product of extremes is equal to product of means. So this is the very important rule of proportion. Understood the rule of proportion? Product of extremes is equal to product of means. Now moving further, there are different forms of proportion. We'll have to learn different forms of proportion also. Now first proportion is direct proportion. Now, in the direct proportion, whatever is the terms that is set, it will be directly represented in a proportionate format, where if one increases, if one value increases, the other value also will increase. Okay, and if one decreases, the other value also will decrease. Now let us take an example: working days and wages paid on daily basis. If the number of working days increases, the wages also will increase. How? Because they are paid on daily basis. So every day when they come to work, they will be getting more money. If the number of working days decreases, the wages will also decrease, because if they are not coming to work, or if there is no work for them, and then they will not be paid the wages. So if one increases, the other increases. If one decreases, the other will also decrease. So this is known as direct proportion. Understood direct proportion? Okay. Now next one, indirect proportion or inverse proportion. Now here, if one of the value increases, the other value will decrease. Okay. And if one of the value decreases, the other value will increase. Now let's understand with an example: speed of the vehicle and the time taken to reach fixed destination. Now let us say we are going from Bangalore to Mysore. Now if the speed of the vehicle increases, the time taken will decrease, because with the increased speed, we will be able to cover up more distance and the time will reduce. On the contrary, if the speed of the vehicle decreases, if we are going slowly, then the time taken to reach Mysore will be too much. Okay, so that is the inverse proportion. Speed of the vehicle and time taken can be the best example for you to understand. Understood inverse proportion? In direct proportion, if one increases, the other increases. If one decreases, the other decreases. Both are in the same way. But in inverse proportion, if one decreases, if one increases, the other will decrease. If one decreases, the other will increase. They are in the opposite way. Understood? Okay. Now next, simple proportion. Now simple proportion is when it has all the four terms and it is directly given, the numbers are directly given, and if at all we are missing one of the number, then we can use the product of extremes is equal to product of means, and we can find the fourth number. We will have problems of such kind under simple proportion, where they will give you three numbers, either A, B, C will be given, or B, C, D will be given. Okay, any of the three numbers out of this will be given to us, and they will ask us to find the fourth or the other missing value. So we will be using the product of extremes is equal to product of means rule, and we will find out. Okay, so that is simple proportion, when only four terms are there and we are able to solve it. Then compound proportion, when the number of related terms in the proportion is more than 4. A is to B is equal to C is to D is equal to E is to F, like that. If it goes on and on and on, then that is called as compound proportion. Okay. Understood compound proportion? Next, continued proportion. Now in continued proportion, you can expect one of the variable to be repeating. So a continued proportion is one which contains a chain of ratios. So A is to B is equal to B is to C. So if you see here, B is repeated. And then B is to C is equal to C is to D. Again, C is repeated. So this can be a continued proportion, where we understood about continued ratio, where we multiplied and we got the continued ratio, right? But here it is continued proportion, where A is to B, and then again it will continue with B, B is to C, again it will continue with C, C is to D, is called as a continued proportion. Okay, so these are the first 5 forms of proportion. Did you all understand until that? Now, the last type of proportion is mean proportional. If A, B, C are in continued proportion, then B is called the mean proportional between A and C. Then they form a proportion of A is to B is to C, where A by B is equal to B by C. So what they are saying is, here we don't have 4 values, we only have 3 values, A, B and C, where these 3 are in the continued proportion. Okay, so since there are only 3 numbers, B is called as the mean proportional. Okay, it is called as the mean proportional between A and C. And how do we find the value of B? The formula to find the value of B is B is equal to square root of A into C. Okay, suppose they are saying that there are 3 elements which are in proportion, and we do not know the value of B, then we can use this formula to find the value of B. So this is known as mean proportional. Okay, so that is these are the types of proportions. Now coming to the properties of proportions. First you have invertendo, then alternando, componendo, dividendo, and then componendo and dividendo. Okay, these are like a simple rule. Whenever as per the problem, we will see the problem and then we will apply it. Okay, so first one is invertendo. That is nothing but if 2 ratios are equal, that is if they are in proportion, A is to B is equal to C is to D. If they are like this, then you can use this invertendo rule or property, and you can change the side. See, B can come to the A's position, A can go to the B's position. So you are inverting their places or changing their places. So B is to A is equal to D is to C is also equal. So if A is to B is equal to C is to D, then we are changing the places. So B is to A is equal to D is to C is also applicable. Did you understand invertendo property? Okay. Now next is alternando. Alternando means for the proportion A is to B is equal to C is to D, we are alternating the means values. So if you see here, this B has gone to C's place and C has come to B's place. A and D are there only. Okay. So we are alternating only the means values, that is C is equal to B. So A is to C is equal to B is to D is what is the value that you get. So this is alternando. You are alternatively changing the places. Then componendo. Here again, if 4 of them are in proportion, A plus B is to B is equal to C plus D is to D. So I told you, as per the problem, we will check which will be applicable and we will solve it. So if 4 are in proportion, you can compound them. That is A plus B is to B and C plus D is to D. This also holds good. This is componendo. Then dividendo. Dividendo means you will have subtraction. Same thing, here it is addition in componendo and subtraction in dividendo. So A minus B is to B is equal to C minus D is to D. So that is dividendo. Okay. Next, componendo and dividendo. The property implies that if 4 are in proportion, then we are adding both componendo and dividendo. So what do you get? A plus B is to A minus B is equal to C plus D is to C minus D. So we are considering both of them. So A plus B is to A minus B and C plus D is to C minus D. Understood? These are the properties of the proportion. Any doubts until here? Can we go to the problems? Shall we start the problems? Good. Now, the first problem. Find the fourth proportional to 6, 14 and 15. Okay. So, they have given 3 numbers and we are supposed to find the fourth number. Okay. And I told you the rule of proportion, that is the product of extremes is equal to product of means. By using that, we will be solving the problems. So first, let the fourth proportional be x. Okay. So therefore, 6 is to 14 is equal to 15 is to x. Okay. So 6 is to 14 is one ratio. 15 is to unknown number, that is x is another ratio, and we have equated them, and let us say they are in proportion. Okay. If they are in proportion, Lakshmi, no, not that is not the answer. Yeah, 35. Correct, Anas. So by using the rule of proportion, so what is the rule of proportion? Product of extremes is equal to product of means, right? So out of 6 is to 14 is equal to 15 is to x. Product of extremes is these two and product of means is these two. Okay. So product of extremes, what is the product of extremes? 6 into x is equal to product of means is 14 into 15. Okay. Now simplify this. 6x is equal to 14 into 15 is, how much is 14 into 15? 210. Okay. So x is equal to 210 divided by 6. Therefore, x is equal to 35. So the fourth proportional, somewhere write down the conclusion. Fourth proportional is 35. Understood? Any doubts in this problem? Okay. Now next one. The fourth proportional to 10, 20 and 30. Solve this now. let the fourth proportional be x. Therefore, 10 is to 20 is equal to 30 is to x are in proportion. Very good. X is 60. By rule, product, write all the formulas. Product of extremes is equal to product of means. So 10 into x is equal to 20 into 30. So 10x is equal to 600. X is equal to 600 by 10. X is equal to 60. Therefore, the fourth proportional is 60. So everybody is clear with this. Very good. Now find out the fourth proportional, first proportional and all that in this problem. So this, I will give this as homework where you can practice how to find the first, second, third and fourth proportion. The only rule that you have to follow is product of extremes is equal to product of means. Okay. Now the next question. Find the third proportional to 6 and 24. Now we have only 3 numbers and first number is 6, second number is 24 and we have to find the third number. Now if you remember the types of proportion, we learned mean proportional. Okay. Now when they say A, B, C are in proportion, we are supposed to, no Inas, 12 is not the answer. We are supposed to use B is equal to square root of A into C and find the answer. So whenever you get 3 numbers, whenever you get 2 numbers and they ask to find the third one, then in that case, the starting procedures will remain same. That is, let the third proportional be x. Okay. Then 6 is to 24 is to x will be in continued proportion. Since we have 3 numbers, we are assuming it to be in continued proportion. So therefore, by mean proportional, we have B is equal to square root of AC. Okay. No, 4 is also not the answer. No, 12 is also not the answer. Find out properly. Now what is A here? A is 6, B is 24, C is X. Correct? So B is 24. B is 24 is equal to square root of A is 6, C is X. Square root of 6x. Now I will take the square root to the other side. Then what will happen? 24 square is equal to 6x. Why 6 by 24 and all? Lakshmi, what are you trying to do? We are not dividing it, my dear. Okay, you people are getting confused. Listen properly. 6 is to 24 is to x. Correct? If you were getting it like 6 is to 24 is equal to 24 or is to x, That is different way. Now here you have something called as mean proportional. You have a different way of solving it in proportion. Okay, so in this mean proportional, the formula is B is equal to square root of A into C. So you can directly get the answer here instead of splitting this ratios into 4 and then applying the value. Yeah, X is equal to 96, you will get. Good. Okay, now 24 square is 576 is equal to 6x. So 576 by 6 is equal to x. So x is equal to 96. So therefore, the third proportional is 96. Okay, in proportion, whenever they give you three numbers, use b is equal to square root of AC and find the answer. Don't split the proportion into two parts. Clear? Now let us solve one more similar problem. Find the third proportional to 4 and 8. Now try solving this. Find the third proportional to 4 and 8. What will be the x value? X is equal to 16. Everybody got 16? Very good. So let the third proportional be x. Therefore, 4 is to 8 is to x are in proportion by mean proportional b is equal to square root of AC. So b is 8 is equal to square root of 4 into x. So 8 square is equal to 4x. 8 8s are 64 is equal to 4x. And then 64 by 4 is equal to x. So x is equal to 16. So therefore, the third proportional is 16. Very good. Okay. Now let us solve this question. Find third proportional to 0.5 and 1.5. Give it a try. Find third proportional to 0.5 and 1.5. Very good. 4.5. Manasa, it's not 4. So 1.5 is equal to square root of 0.5 into x. So 1.5 square is equal to 0.5x. So 1.5 square is 2.25 is equal to 0.5x. So 2.25 by 0.5 is equal to x. So 4.5 is equal to x. Very good. Okay. One last question for today. Find the value of x when x is to 8 by 9 is equal to 3 by 6 is to 4 by 2. Now, can you say me how, by which rule should we apply here to solve the problem? X is to 8 by 9 is equal to 3 by 6 is to 4 by 2. Which rule or which formula should we use here? Mean proportion? No. Why mean proportion, Anas? We have 4 numbers and all the 4 are different. We have learnt only 2 formulas until now. So out of 2 formulas or 2 rules, which should we apply? See properly, it is in the form of A is to B is equal to B is to C. Bhavya, compound will not be used here, Bhavya. Extreme? Yeah, correct, Lakshmi. Product of extreme is equal to product of means. When you have 4 elements or 4 numbers given, just that the number is in the fraction format. That's all. Okay, so you have A is to B is equal to C is to D. So we can use product of extreme, that is called as rule of proportion. There is nothing called extreme method. Okay, it is rule of proportion. So product of extreme is equal to product of means. Now let us use that and solve this problem. So product of extreme, write down the formula in every problem. Formulas will contain marks. Is equal to product of means. Okay, so what is Lakshmi? No, 2 by 3 is not the answer, I think. Just check properly once again. It should be 2 by 9. Now product of extremes is x and 4 by 2. Okay, so product of extremes is x into 4 by 2 is equal to product of means is 8 by 9 into 3 by 6. Now x into 4 by 2 is 4x by 2 and 8 by 9 into 3 is 8 3s are 24 by 9 6 are 54. Okay, now you can do the cross multiplication. Now we have solved equations, right? You can do the cross multiplication. So what will be your next step? 4x into 54 is equal to, we'll write it as into only. So 4x into 54 is equal to 24 into 2. So 4x into 54 will give me how much? 54 into 4 is 216x is equal to 24 into 2 is 48. Correct? So x is equal to 48 by 216. Now check, do the cancellation. How much can you get? 2 2s are 2 4s are 2 1s are 2 8s are. Then again 2 1s are 2 2s are 2 9s are 3 3s are 3 4s are. you'll get 4 by 3. Is it correct? Or anybody is getting a different answer? You can use a different table also to get. If you have used 4, then I think you would get different answer. We have used 2 table here, so we have got this answer. Let us check with 4 table. 4 ones are 4 twos are 4 fives are 20, 4 fours are 16. Okay. And then again you have to come back to 2 only. 2 six are 2 twos are 4, 2 sevens are 14. Yeah. Now you will get 2 by 9. 2 sorry. 2 threes are no 3 twos are 6. 3 twos are 6, 3 nines are 27. Now you will get 2 by 9. Where I have taken, okay, 108. Yeah, okay. Here was the mistake, sorry. 2 ones are and then 2 eights are correct. So we'll do it once again. 48 by 216. I'll use a different color. 2 twos are 4, 2 fours are 8, 2 ones are 2. Since I am taking the next 2 numbers, I'm leaving it. So 0, 2 eights are 16. So 2 ones are 2, 2 twos are 4, 2 fives are 10, 2 fours are 8, 2 six are 12, 2 twos are 4, 2 sevens are 14, 3 twos are 6, 3 nines are 27. So X will be 2 by 9. Yeah. Thank you, Sharath. Clear? Okay. We shall stop here for today and we'll continue in the next class. Yeah, we had solved only the numerical problems, right? So today we will continue with the statement problems. These are also very easy problems where you just have to convert the statements into the proportion that we have learned and then we shall solve them. Okay. Yeah. So the first question, if a man earns rupees 1500 per week, how many weeks must he work? Sorry, that is must he work to earn rupees 9000? So if one man is working for 1 week, he is getting 1500. So for how many weeks should he work to get 9000? Okay, you may get you may directly multiply in the calculator and get the answer, but then we are supposed to use proportions here and only solve it. Okay, so whenever there is comparison between two things that is given, that is usually the proportion which we are supposed to be using it. Okay, in this problem, if you observe the number of weeks, if the number of weeks increases, the earnings or the wages also is increasing, right? So the wages are increasing as the number of weeks are increasing. Okay, if if weeks decreases, the wages will also decrease. If wages increases, how will the wages increase? Firstly, we'll write weeks this side. So if the weeks increases, the wages will also increase. If the weeks of work decreases, the wages will also decrease. So this is a case of direct proportion. Now in direct proportion, if one value increases, the other one will also increase, and if one decreases, the other will also decrease. Okay, so that is the idea behind this. So here we will be using direct proportion and we will be solving this problem. So first, let us define it, saying as it's a direct proportion problem. Okay, so excuse me, the problem is a case of direct proportion since it contains relationship between earnings to time worked, or earnings to number of weeks worked. Okay, so as number of weeks increases, earnings also increases. Now, why are we giving this explanation? So that the examiner understands that you have learned proportion and you are able to differentiate between the types of proportion. Okay, it's good if you give the explanation like this and solve it. Okay, so the number of weeks, if as the number of weeks will increase, the earnings will also increase. Okay, now what is important for us to add here is, now let's start with the problem. Let the weeks to be worked to earn rupees 9,000 bx. See, in the question, for 1 week if they work, they'll get 1,500, and they've asked for how many weeks they should work. So as per our format of, even while solving equations, we have always considered one value to be x, and then we have solved for x, right? So here the number of weeks that the person has to work to earn 9,000, let that be x. Now let us write down the earning ratio. Now earning ratio is nothing but, if they are able to get for one, if they work for 1 week, how much they will get? They'll get 1,500 rupees. And if they work for x number of weeks, they will be able to get 9,000 rupees. So this is our earning ratio. Only wages has been considered here. So here, firstly, if they work for 1 week, we are paying them 1,500, and if they are working for x number of weeks, we are paying them 9,000 rupees. So this is only regarding to the wages. Now let us also write it regarding to the time. Weeks also will be part of time, right? So for 1 week, we are paying them 1,500 is to, we don't know for how many weeks, so x weeks also we are going to pay them 9,000. So this can be written as 1 is to x, right? Now let us put this into the proportion. Okay, now put it in direct proportion. Direct proportion means if earnings ratio increases, time ratio will also increase. So if earnings ratio increases, what is earning ratio? 1,500 is to 9,000 is equal to 1 is to x. Okay, now you know how to find out the x value. Now before finding out the x value, did you all understand till here? Though it is easy to solve only using calculator, but when it comes to proportion, you're supposed to give all this explanation. Did you all understand till here? Any doubts? Okay. Now we have three numbers given and we are supposed to find out the fourth proportion or proportional. So let us do the working as how we did before. Product of extremes is equal to product of means. So using that, we will be using product of extremes is equal to product of means. So what do we get? We will be solving this as 1500 into x is equal to 9000 into 1. Yeah. So 1500 x is equal to 9000. X is equal to 9000 by 1500. So therefore x is equal to 6. So you have to write the conclusion also. Now, once we understood x is equal to 6, it means that a person requires 6 weeks to earn 9000 rupees. So write the conclusion. Very, very important to write the conclusion. Therefore, rupees 9000 can be earned by working 6 weeks. Okay? Everybody understood? Any doubts in this problem? Okay. Now let us go to the next question. Next question again. If the cost of pens is 200, find the cost of 18 pen. Okay, sorry. If the cost of 8 pens, if the cost of 8 pens is rupees 200, find the cost of 18 pens. Can you try this problem? Now before that, say me what is the proportion, which proportion is this in? Cost of 8 pence is 200. They're asking us the cost of 18 pence. Now, will the cost of 18 pen be more than 200 or less than 200? 8 to 18, there is an increase. It will be more. Okay, it's a direct proportion. Very good. So it is a direct proportion problem where if the number of pens increases, the cost of the pens also will increase. Okay, good. Now give the explanation and solve the problem. So what is the explanation that you have to give? Say them that since the number, let me help you with this. Since, simple explanation is also fine. Yeah, x is equal to 450 is correct. Since number of pens purchased increases, the total cost also increases, because if the number of pens increase, the cost of the total cost of the pens also will increase. Okay, so the total cost, sorry, the total cost also increases, we have written. Then so it is a direct proportion. It is a direct proportion. Now define what is the cost that is required. So let the cost of 18 pens be x. Okay, then pens ratio is equal to, so there are 8 pens and later we are planning to buy 18 pens, correct? Then cost ratio for that. What is the cost ratio? So if we are paying 200 rupees first, then we are supposed to pay X rupees later. For 18, we don't know how much we have to do. Very good. 8 is to 18 is equal to 200 is to X. Okay. Then, now we have got the complete ratio. Let us put this into proportion. Now, when you're putting this into proportion, now put into proportion. So that is nothing but 8 is to 18 is equal to 200 is to X. Okay. 8 is to 18 is equal to 200 is to X. So product of extremes is equal to product of means. So 8 into X is equal to 18 into 200. So 8X is equal to, how much do you get? 18 into 200 is 3600, is it? Okay. So X is equal to 3600 by 8. So therefore X is equal to 450. So what should be the conclusion? Very good. Everybody has got the answer. What should be the conclusion? Therefore, what have they asked us to find out? They've asked us to find out the cost of 18 pence. So the conclusion also should be in the similar way. Therefore, cost of 18 pence is rupees 450. Understood? Any doubts in this problem? Okay, good. Okay. So moving on to the next problem. Now, in this problem, we will be learning the proportions. Okay. So let us see this. 5 carpenters can earn rupees 3600 in 6 days, working at 9 hours a day. Okay. So 5 carpenters are gonna earn, one second. Yeah. 5 carpenters are gonna earn 3600 rupees. And how many days are they working? They're working for 6 days, and every day they're working for 9 hours. Then they're asking us, how much will 8 carpenters earn in 12 days working for 6 hours a day? Now again, if you see, 5 carpenters are earning 3600 for 6 days at 9 hours. Now 8 carpenters, there are more number of carpenters, there are more number of days, and there is less number of hours. But what you have to check, what are the two major things that you have to compare here is the number of carpenters and within how many days, because hours is not the problem as of now, the number of days. Okay. Now since the work and the earnings ratio that has been given, that has been important to us, so if the number of days increases, the earnings will also increase. So if they are getting on daily basis, if they are getting salary on daily basis, then with the number of days being increased, they will also be able to get more salary because they are paid on a daily basis. So this problem is also under direct proportion. Very good. This problem is also under direct proportion. So let us start. Solution. So given, what is given to us? work and earnings relationship forms direct proportion. See, every problem we are defining which proportion it is in. So be careful, understand the problem and define the proportion. Okay, then, so let the required earnings. Now, what are we supposed to find? We are supposed to find how much will 8 carpenters earn. So we are supposed to find the wages or the earnings. So let the required earnings be X. Okay, and what is given to us? Work ratio. Now, what do you mean by work ratio? We will define it. Okay, so work ratio is, now if you see the first sentence, 5 carpenters are working for 6 days for 9 hours. So 5 carpenters working for 6 days, multiply 6 days for 9 hours a day. This is one work ratio, one part of the element. Now form the ratio with the second sentence. In second sentence, there are 8 carpenters who are working for 12 days for 6 hours. Now, if you see here, we are not considering the 3,600 rupees. That is earnings. That is the salary. But we are only comparing the carpenters who are working for how many days and how many hours. Okay, and we have the same data for the unknown value also, that is 8 carpenters, 12 days and 6 hours. Did you understand this? Any doubts until here? Everybody understood, or you want me to explain it again? Very good. Now, if you see here, 5 into, or let's do it in the next page only. So let's work out that ratio. 5 carpenters working for 6 days into 9 hours is to 8 carpenters working for 12 days into 6 hours. Now multiply this. 5 into 6 into 9, how much do you get? 270 is to 8 is to 12 is to 6. 576. So this is the work ratio. Now let us form the earnings ratio. Earnings ratio, first they were paying 3,600 rupees. Now we have to form the ratio, correct? 3,600 is to X. Now put them into direct proportion. Now in direct proportion, you will have 270 is to 576 is equal to 3,600 is to X. So product of extremes is equal to product of means. So what do you have? 270 into X is equal to 3,600 into 576. So 2073600. Is that the value for 3,600 into 576, Spurti? Okay. So you will have 270x is equal to 2073600. So x is equal to 2073600 divided by 270. So therefore x is equal to 7680. So if 8 carpenters work for 12 days and 6 hours every day, they will be getting 7680 rupees as the total wages. So write that in the conclusion. Now the conclusion is, therefore 8 carpenters working 6 hours a day for 12 days earns rupees 7680. Understood? Any doubt here? Okay. Now, these two are the practice problems. These are again in the direct proportion. Okay, try and solve this. I shall send you the answers later. Fine. Now, let us go to the next problem. Now, in next problem, we'll read the problem first. A man cycling at a speed of 16 kilometers per hour reaches a town in 24 hours. How much time does he take to cover the same distance if his speed increases to 20 kilometers per hour? So at 16 kilometers per hour speed, he will reach the town within, or he'll reach the town in 24 hours. Okay. Now the speed has increased from 16 to 20 kilometers. Now when the speed has increased, do you think the number of hours will decrease or increase? What do you think will happen? To imagine you are only cycling. Okay, you are cycling at a speed of 16 kilometers per hour and you are able to reach the nearest town in within one day. Now, if you start cycling in more speed, will you be able to reach the town early or will you be able to reach the town late? Decrease early. Very good. So which means that this is in which proportion? If one is increasing, the other is decreasing, it is in the indirect proportion, or it is called as inverse proportion. Okay, if one increases and the other decreases, it is very well known as inverse proportion. Indirect is one name, but it is very well known as inverse proportion. Okay, now let us start the problem. Let us define, or let us say that it is an inverse proportion problem, and then we will solve it. So solution. Here speed and time taken to reach a fixed destination or distance, that is a fixed distance, is related when speed increases, time taken will decrease. Therefore, they are in inverse proportion. Okay, so we have defined, we have explained saying that Since the speed increases, time taken will decrease, and vice versa. You can just write it as vice versa means other way around. So when speed decreases, time taken will increase. Okay, so that is vice versa. So that is why they are in inverse proportion. Now let us solve the problem. Now what is that we are supposed to find? We have to find how much time are we taking to cover if the speed increases. So let us define that unknown variable. Let the time taken be x. So therefore we have speed ratio. What is the speed ratio? First they were, you can just keep it as x. Okay, you're giving me the answer. No, it's not 16. Or you're talking about the speed ratio here. Okay. So speed first is 16 kilometers per hour, and the other speed is 20 kilometers per hour. So 16:20 is the speed ratio. Now we have one more information in the problem, that is time. So one would take 24 hours to reach the town, and if they are going at 20 kilometers per hour speed, then they will reach within x hours. So we will put this into the inverse relationship now. So here is the actual catch. Don't write it directly. Listen. To put it in inverse ratio, write 1 ratio in inverse form. Inverse form means ulta. Okay, so if you're taking 16:20, the first ratio we will keep it as it is. The second time ratio, it will change the places. It will be inverse, that is x:24. Did you all understand? So that is why you have to define the type of proportion that we are using. Did you all understand this or not? The time, the distance ratio or the speed ratio is taken as it is, 16:20. But if you see the time ratio, it is taken in an inverse form. So if you see from here till here, it is actually 24:x, but we have taken it in the inverse form. Everybody understood till here? Any doubts? X is equal to 19.2. Correct, Spurti. So be careful while you're solving inverse ratio problems. Now solve it as usual. Product of extremes is equal to product of means. Now in product of extremes, you have 16 into 24 is equal to 20 into x. So 16 into 24 is how much? 16 into 24 is? Who can say me the answer? Okay, 384. Thank you. Yeah. So 384 by 20 is equal to x. So therefore, x is equal to 19.2 hours. Let us not write any unit yet. It is just 19.2. Okay. Now give the conclusion. Therefore, he takes 19 hours, or you can just write it as 19.2 hours. 19.2 hours to reach town at 20 kilometers per hour speed. 20 kilometers per hour speed. Understood? Any doubts? Any doubts in this problem? Okay. So we shall stop here for today. I'll also send you this problem. Try and solve. Tomorrow I will solve it again in the class. Okay, it's a similar problem to that cycling. Again, it will be in the inverse proportion. Okay, try and solve it. If you're able to get the answer, well and good. If not, anyways, I will be solving it in the next class. Okay, yeah. Thank you, students. Very good afternoon. If 12 pumps working 7 hours a day can lift 2,800 tons of water in 20 days. So there is a pump, let's say like a bore well. Now, like that, you have 12 pumps. Now, the 12 pumps, if it is working for 7 hours a day, so every day they are putting that into work for 7 hours, and it can lift 2,800 tons of water from the earth. And this can be done within 20 days. So for 20 whole days, every day 7 hours they have to pump the water, and at that time you will be getting 2,800 tons of water. Okay, in how many days can 20 pumps, now here it was 12 pumps, now it is increased to 20 pumps, okay, working 9 hours, okay, sorry, this is not hope, this is 9 hours, okay, 9 hours a day lift 3,000 tons. So if you see, the number of pumps is also increased, and the number of the water, the quantity of water is also increased, and the number of hours is also increased. Okay, now we have to find out within how many days. Now, if they have increased the number of pumps, if they have increased the number of hours and the number of, or the quantity of water, now do you think the number of days will increase or decrease? Think properly and say. For 12 pumps, you are taking out 2,800 tons of water within 20 days. Now, all that which is doing the work has increased. Now, will the days increase or decrease? Okay. Any more answers? Excuse me. Only one answer. I only got one answer. It's okay if it's wrong. Doesn't matter. Just give the answers. Decrease. Work has, yeah, correct, Ainas, good. Gauri answer is correct. Okay, Bhavya has given a different answer. Okay, Bhavya. Any more answers? Decrease. Maximum of them are saying decrease. Okay, good. So understand properly. Okay, so Bhavya, it's not increase, but it is decrease. Okay. Now understand the situation. Now let us say they are building a house. They are building a house. Now for building house, there are 12 people who are building house. Every day they will work for 7 hours. Okay. Every day they'll work for 7 hours. So within 20 days, they have completed this house. Okay. Now, this is one scenario. Now, suppose instead of 12 people, if I put 20 people to build the house, and if I ask them to work for 9 hours, now the number of days will increase or decrease. There are more number of people, they are working for more hours, which means the number of days will decrease because there are too many people who can finish the work quickly. Okay, same logic is applied here also. Okay, okay, Bhavya, good that you understood. Okay, same logic is applied here also. So there are 12 pumps which is been used here to pump the water out from the earth, and those 12 pumps are working 7 hours every day, and it can lift 2800 tons of water in 20 days. Now we have to analyze and find out in how many days can 20 pumps working for 9 hours lifting 3000 tons of water. Okay, so we have to do some derivations first, we have to do some explanations first, and after that we will solve the problem. Firstly, yes, very good. Firstly, define the type of proportion. So if the number of pumps are increasing and the number of days are decreasing, then it is a inverse proportion. So let us explain that. Here, capacity and work is related. As capacity increases, work will be completed early. Therefore, it forms an inverse proportion. One increases and one decreases. So that's why it forms inverse proportion. So we have defined it to be an inverse proportion. Now let us solve the problem. Let the number of days required, so we are supposed to find out the number of days required be x. Let the number of days required be x. Okay, now let us define the capacity ratio. Capacity ratio which is regarded with the work. How much capacity is there? So in the first scenario, we have 12 pumps which is working for 7 hours every day and for 20 days. Okay, this is first scenario capacity. And other scenario is we have 20 pumps working for 9 hours a day into, we don't know the number of days. So let us take it as x days. Okay, we will take it as x days. But now we will simplify this and we'll go for the other ratio. In the other ratio, we will do the little changes. Now first simplify this before going to the other one. 12 into 7 into 20. How much do you get? 12 into 7 into 20. 1680 is to 20 into 9 is 180. So 180x. So this capacity ratio has come to this form, that is 1680 is to 180x. This is one of the ratio. Now we have to also calculate the other ratio, that is the quantity of water. Okay, and the quantity of water is the outcome of the work. So work ratio is equal to 2800. So in the first scenario where they had 12 pumps, they were able to draw 2800 tons of water, and in the second scenario they are able to draw 3000 tons of water. Okay, so we have got two pairs of ratios, and now we have to solve this in inverse proportion. Okay, now so put it in inverse proportion, which means one of the ratio will get ulta. So the first ratio is 1680 is to 180x. If we have written this in a proper way, it means I have to change the other ratio. Okay, so the other ratio I am reversing it. 3000 is to 2800. Did you all understand why did I reverse? Because it's an inverse proportion, wherein we have to write one ratio properly and the other ratio should be reversed. Any doubts until here? Now, using product of extremes is equal to product of means, let us solve this ratio. So 1680 into 2800 is equal to 3000 into 180x. Okay, so 1680 into 2800, how much do you get? What is the answer you get? 1680 into 2800. Ina's no, it's showing a different value. Yeah, correct, Bhavya. 4704,123. So that will give you 47,04,000 is equal to 3000 into 180. 5,40,000 x. Okay, so 47,04,000 divided by 5,40,000 is equal to x. So therefore, find the x value. 470430 minus 541234. Sorry, not minus, division, right? Why did I do minus? Even I don't know. Okay, so you get 8.711 and so on. Yeah, correct. 8.711 so on you get. So you can round it off to 9. You can round it off to 9 days. We are finding out days, correct? Since it is after decimal, it is more than 5. See, it is 8.7. So that is why we are rounding off to 9. If the value was 8.4, 8.3, then we would have taken 8 days. Fine, understood? So since the after decimal it is more than 5, we are rounding off to the next digit, that is 9 days. So therefore, it will take 9 days to complete the, to take out 3000 tons of water. Okay, give the conclusion. Therefore, it requires 9 days (9 days), 20 pumps, working 9 hours to lift 3000 tons of water. Okay. Everybody understood? Any doubts in this problem? Can we go to the next question? Okay. Now the next question. 8 men or 16 boys, this is not off, or 16 boys can do their work in 39 days. In how many days will 4 men and 18 boys do it? So firstly, we have 8 men or 16 boys. Read the question carefully. It is 8 men or 16 boys. It means 8 men are equal to 16 boys. Okay, 8 men are equal to 16 boys. So the strength of the boys is taken as half. The strength of the boys is taken as half, and that is why 8 men or 16 boys is given. So 8 men or 16 boys can do the work in 39 days. Now they are asking us in how many days will 4 men and 18 boys. Now if you see here it is or. Or means it is either 1, 8 or 16. But if you see the second question, they're asking and means plus. Both of them will do. You and your friend went out for a coffee. So both of you, and means plus. So 4 men and 18 boys have done the work, and we have to find out in how many days they have done the work. So did you all understand the question? Okay. Now let us solve. Now again, can anybody say which proportion this is in? Number of men will increase. Indirect. Again, it will, I think mostly it will come in inverse. Yeah, we will define. Once we define, we will get to know which proportion it is. Okay. So let us start. First, what is given to us? 8 men or 16 boys can do the work. So therefore, one man's work is equal to 2 boys' work. Correct? 1 man strength or 1 man's work is equal to 2 boys' work. That is what they are trying to say. 8 men or 16 boys. Then, now, if the number of men and boys increases, the number of days will decrease. Okay. So this is a clear case of inverse proportion. Okay. Now this is a clear case of inverse proportion. You can take 8 men doing work for 39 days. Okay. And you can take 4 men plus 18 by 2 working for X days. Now here clearly you can know the number of men are increasing. So which means the number of days should decrease. Okay. So this is a clear case of inverse proportion. One is increasing and one is decreasing. So let us say that it is a case of inverse proportion. Okay, now let us define the ratios. Work capacity ratio. So in the first case, 8 men are there. They've told 8 men or 16 boys. So we can only consider one criteria. And we have considered men criteria because it is easy to solve. Okay, 8 men, and in the second scenario, we have 4 men plus, now what did they say? 18 boys. 4 men and 18 boys. Now, one man's work is 2 boys' work. Okay, so if I say 18 boys, the work what they do is just half of the work. They're not completely doing the man's work. So they're doing half of the work. Okay, so 18 by 2. 18 boys are doing 9 men's work, not 18 by 4 inas. When it comes to proportion of work, we have already defined. One man's work is 2 boys' work. Okay, so 4 men and we have 18 boys. Now let us take half of it because they're doing half of the work. So how many men do we have now totally? Now in this side we have 8 men, but on the other side 4 plus 18 by 2 is 9, correct? 18 by 2 is 9. So 2 ones are 2 nines are. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So we have 13 men. Understood? Everybody understood how we got 13 men? Okay. So this is one of the ratio. Now the other ratio. Let us define one more ratio, which is days. The number of days they are working. So the first set, that is 8 men, are going to work for 39 days, and we don't know the other ratio, so that will become x days. Okay, now let us put this into inverse proportion. So in inverse proportion, one ratio will be correct and the other ratio will be ulta. So if you take the first ratio of 8:13 as the proper one, the second ratio will change the places, that is x:39. Okay, now product of extremes is equal to product of means. Now product of extremes is 8 into 39 is equal to 13x. 8 into 39 divided by 13 is equal to x. Now can you say me the x value? Therefore x is equal to how many days? 24 days. So totally 13 men or 8 men, sorry, 18 boys and 4 men together require 24 days to finish the work. Understood? Any doubts in this problem? Any part of the problem you want me to repeat it again? Write the conclusion. Therefore, 4 men and 18 boys can complete the work in 24 days. Bhavya, concentrate and understand. Okay. Now, in the first scenario, we have 8 men and 16 boys. Sorry, 8 men or 16 boys, either one of them. So I have selected 8 men. So in the first scenario, we have 8 men. But in the second scenario, they are saying 4 men and 18 boys, which means I have to consider both of them. 4 men also is working, 18 boys are also working. Okay. Now, seeing the first scenario, we can understand that the work which is done by 18 men is also the same as the work done by 16 boys. Okay. The work done by 88 men is also same as work done by 16 boys. Now, 8 twos are 16, right? 8 twos are 16. So, which means the boys are doing only half of the work. The strength is only half. It's not full. So, we are using the same value here. We are using the same logic here to find out the number of days that the other second scenario people will work. Okay. Now, if you see the second scenario, 4 men and 18 boys. Now, 4 men are there, accepted. 4 men are there. But the boys who are working, they are half of the strength. They are not considered full. They are half of the strength. So, that is why 18 by 2. Half of the strength, right? So, 18 by 2. Now, 4 plus 2 ones are 2 nines are 18. So, this work is as good as which is done by 13 men. Okay. Now, I am converting the boys to men here. But it is half of it, not full. So, that will give us the work capacity ratio. And then when it comes to the days ratio, you will have 39 days for the first scenario. And for the second scenario, we do not know. So, we have kept it as X days. And then put that into inverse proportion where the first ratio will be properly put and the second ratio will reverse in the order. So, X is to 39. Now, do the simplification and you will get 24 days. Okay, good. You have understood. Now, let us go to the next problem. Concentrate well. These problems can be asked in your section C, section B, and also case study. Okay. The monthly incomes of 2 persons are in the ratio of 7:8 and their monthly expenditure are in the ratio of 11:13. If each saves rupees 3,000 per month, find their monthly income. Let us understand the problem properly and do it slowly. Concentrate well. The monthly income of 2 persons are in the ratio of 7:8. Income ratio is given. Their monthly expenditure is in the ratio of 11:13. Income ratio is given. Expenditure ratio is also given. Okay. If each saves 3,000 rupees, if everybody is saving 3,000 rupees, so we can also find out the saving ratio. So we know their income ratio, we know their monthly expenditure ratio, we know that we will be finding out their saving ratio. So with all this information, we are asked to find out their monthly income. Okay, that is the question. Now let us define few of the terms here and then we will be getting it into the form of equation and solving the equation. Because there are too many ratios here, so we'll have to determine or we have to define each of them separately. So let us start. Solution. Let the incomes be 7x and 8x. If you see the income ratio, it is 7:8. So we have just added an x to that because we want to form the equations. Now, whenever you have more number of ratios like this, form the equations and solve. It will be easy to solve. Okay. So let the incomes of two persons be 7x and 8x. Then their expenditure be, what is the ratio? 11y and 13y. Again, I'm reminding we are forming the equations. So that is why we are taking different variables. And we will be using one formula or one equation here, that is savings. How do we find savings? Income minus expenditure, can I say? This is a very common, well-known formula. Very good. So savings is income minus expenditure. Yeah, income less expense. Correct. Both are correct. Now we are using that formula here to find out first person's income separately and second person's income separately. Okay. Now using this same equation, now let us form the first person's income. We know that with all the information that is given to us, we are doing this. First person savings is equal to, now what is first person's income? 7x. And what is first person's expenditure? 11y. Okay. So income of first person is 7x. Expenditure of first person is minus 11y. Did you all understand this? What are we trying to do? Everybody? Okay. Now find the equation for second person like that. Find the savings equation for the second person. Let us see. Second person's savings. Again, second person's income is very good. 8x minus expenditure is 13y. Right? Yeah, correct, Ainas. Expenditure is 13y. Now, what is the saving that they have done? If each saves 3,000 per month, so each of them are saving 3,000 rupees every month. So we got two equations. The first equation is, see this 3,000, you can write it here also. You can write it in this place also. Okay, 3,000 is equal to 7x minus 11y. 3,000 is equal to 8x minus 13y. This also you can write. It is correct. Okay. So to just define the equation, I've written it to the other side. So income minus expenditure is equal to savings. Income minus expenditure is equal to savings. Very good. Lakshmi is already solved it. X is 2000 and Y is 1000. Good. Give the conclusion. Put that X and Y in these equations, Lakshmi, and find out what is their income and what is their expenditure. So firstly, you will have to find the income. If you do that, that is done. Now we understood, or we know we have got two equations. Now solve these two equations simultaneously. Now whenever you see two equations, solve it simultaneously. Okay. So let us solve the equation simultaneously. So therefore solve equations simultaneously. So what is the first equation? 7x minus 11y is equal to 3000. And the second equation is 8x minus 13y is equal to 3000. Now, if I want to make x as common, I have to multiply the first equation with 8 and the second equation with 7. Okay. So, if I multiply first equation with 8, I will get 56x minus 88y is equal to 3000 into 8 will give me 24,000. And if I multiply 7 into second equation, again 56x minus 91y is equal to 21,000. Now, so in the previous class, we were solving this. The monthly incomes of two persons are in the ratio of 7:8 and their monthly expenditure is in the ratio of 11:13. If each saves 3,000 per month, find their monthly income. Okay, so the first person income is 14,000, correct. And the second person income? Okay, so this problem, we defined the variables x and y, where incomes we took it as x and expenditure as y, and there is already an existing ratio which is given, and then we use this equation, that is savings is equal to income minus expenditure. Okay, and we formed two of the equations by using the same formula here. So these two equations will become the simultaneous equations, and we solved simultaneous equations and we got the value of y. So let us find the value of x. Now substituting that y in one of the equation will give us the value of x easily. Okay, so substituting y is equal to 1000 in 7x minus 11y is equal to 3000. Okay, yeah, good. 16,000 is the correct answer for the second person. So 7x minus 11y is equal to 3000. 7x minus 11 into 1000 is equal to 3000. 7x minus 11 into 1000 is 11,000 is equal to 3000. So 7x is equal to 3000 plus 11,000. So x is equal to 14,000 by 7. So therefore x is equal to 7 ones are 7, 2000. So x is equal to 2000. So we got the value of x as 2000. Yeah, correct, Gauri. 2000 is the answer. Now, moving forward, we have to give a conclusion of income of the first person and income of the second person. So, income of first person is equal to 7x, right? So that is what we had derived in the question. Income is 7x, which is nothing but 7 into 2000, which is rupees 14,000. And income of second person is 8x, which is 8 into 2000, which is rupees 16,000. So this is our final answer. Clear? Understood? Any doubts? Okay. Now I will be giving you one more question. Okay, try to solve that later. Okay, not this one, another question. Now this question, let us solve it together. Now here, the incomes of A and B R in the ratio, sorry, this is R. Let me correct it. R in the ratio 5 is to 3. Their expenses are in the ratio of 8 is to 5 and their savings in the ratio of 2 is to 1. If the total annual savings of A and B is 3,600 rupees, find their individual income. Correct? So this is almost similar to the previous problem, but see which all ratios are given. In the previous problem, we had income, expenditure and savings. So here we have income ratio, expense ratio, savings ratio, and the total savings is given as 3,600, but it is not each of their saving, it is total savings. A and B together saved 3,600. Okay, and we are supposed to find their individual incomes. See, the problem is same as the previous one, but the only change in this problem is that both of their savings are given instead of each. Now, in the previous problem, it was 3,000 for A and 3,000 for B. They were saving 3,000 and 3,000. But here, both together are saving 3,600 and their income ratio is given. What is the income ratio? 5 is to 3. Okay, so what we are supposed to do is we are supposed to divide this 3,600 in the ratio of 5 is to 3. Okay, now once we divide the number in the ratio of 5 is to 3, only then we will be able to get the separate savings amount, and rest of the problem is same as the previous one. Okay, so let us quickly solve this then. Did you all understand? Did you all understand the question? Okay, now let us solve this solution. Let their income be, the ratio is 5 is to 3. So it will be 5x and 3x. Okay, it will be 5x and 3x. Then expenses be, what is the expense ratio? 8 is to 5. So 8y and 5y. 8y and 5y. Okay, and what is the savings given? Savings ratio given? Given savings ratio is 2 is to 1 and total savings is rupees 3,600. So before applying that equation of savings is equal to income minus expense, let us divide this 3,600 between A and B, which is in the ratio of 2 is to 1. Okay, so what is the savings ratio? 2 is to 1 and the total amount of savings is 3,600. So A's savings will be 3,600 into, what is the sum of ratio? Sum of ratio is 2 plus 1, which is 3. So 2 by 3. Now can you say me how much A's savings is? $2,400. Okay. A's savings is 2,400 and B's savings is 3,600 into 1 by 3. How much will you get here? What is the B's savings? Very good, 1,200. So in the previous question, the difference was they had given directly 3000 and 3000. So we took that amount. Here they have given us the total. So we are dividing the savings total in the savings ratio. And then now we will consider these two amount for the equations. Okay. Now let us consider, write down savings is equal to income minus expenses. Okay, so let us form the two equations. A's savings is, what is the total amount of savings? 2400 is equal to income is 5x, expense is 8y. Go back and check here. Income of A is 5x, expense of A is 8y. Income of B is 3x, expense of B is 5y. Okay, and savings is 1200. So A's part, savings was 2400, and you might get confused. I'll just put a colon here. So 2400 is equal to 5x minus 8y. Then B's savings is 1200 was his savings is equal to, what is his expense? Sorry, income. Income is 3x, expense is 5y. Did you understand how to form the equations? Yes? Very good. Spurti gave me the answer also. 2400 and 1200. Good Spurti. Correct answer. Find the A and B's income. Okay. Now, will you people solve these two equations simultaneously and give me the answer? Solving equations simultaneously. Yeah, come on, start. Solve the equation simultaneously and give me the final answer. Y is equal to 1200. Correct. Say me the final answer. What is that we have to find out? A's income and B's income. Okay. Start solving. So A's income will be 12,000 rupees, 12,000, and B's income will be rupees 7,200. Good. Okay. Anybody found it difficult? You want me to explain any part of it? Or can we go to the next question? Okay, good. Now, we'll solve this question also because I thought it is a little different one. So let us solve it in the class only. Now, income of A and B are in the ratio of 7:5. And their expenditure is in the ratio of 9:, okay, it's been repeated. Okay, expenditure is in the ratio of 9:8. An increase of A's expenditure by rupees 100 and decrease of B's expenditure by rupees 200 will make their savings of rupees 400 each. Find their incomes and expenditure. So here they have given us the income ratio, they have given us the expenditure ratio, but instead of giving the savings ratio, they have given the sentence saying an increase of A's expenditure by 100 and decrease of B's expenditure by 200 will give them the total saving of will give them the saving of 400 rupees for each of them. So A will also save 400, B will also save 400. Okay, so that is the actual question. Now let us start determining the variables, and when we put the equations, when we put the ratios into the form of equations, then we will understand the complete scenario of the problem. Okay, so let the income, see first they have given us income ratio, so we will define the income ratio. Let the income ratio be 7:5 is the income ratio. So 7x and 5x. The income ratio, correct enough, 7x and 5x has been represented in this format. And then expenditure ratio is given. So expenditure ratio B, expenditure ratio is 9:8. So 9, see this is not there. That is a repetition. Okay, I'll just take that away. Ignore that and consider the second line. So 9y and 8y. Very good, Lakshmi. I appreciate your equation, correct equation. So these are the two major expression. Now for savings, we only have to come to one conclusion. Okay. Now what is given to us? A's expenditure is increased by rupees 100. So what is A's expenditure? A's expenditure is 9y. Now this has increased by rupees 100. Correct? And B's expenditure is decreased by rupees 200. So what is B's expenditure? 8y. Okay, this is decreased by 200, which means minus 8y minus 200. So we got income ratio, we got expenditure ratio, we are also defining the savings. Before calculating savings, we are defining what has to be considered. Okay, now let us use that formula or the equation. Savings is equal to income minus expenditure. Okay, now in this, A's savings, so they have told that A is gonna save 400 rupees, B is also gonna save 400 rupees, right? So 400 is the savings, and what is the income? The income is 7x. The income is 7x minus expenditure will be the new expenditure. You have to consider these two. Okay, consider these two. So A's expenditure is 9y plus 100. Only when A spends 9y plus 100, that is when he will be able to save 400 rupees. Okay, did you all understand this first equation? Okay, good. Now B's savings, again B will be saving 400 rupees, is equal to, what is the income of B? 5x. So 5x minus the new expenditure of B is 8y minus 200. Only if he is spending 8y minus 200, then only he will be saving 400 rupees. Okay, now we will take each of the equation, simplify them and get into the form of the equations where we can solve them. Okay, after that, again simultaneous equation we will solve. Yeah, correct, Gauri, the answers are right. Yes, Ainas. Now let us simplify. Okay, so simplifying and solving equations. Good, Lakshmi. Correct answer. X and Y answer is correct. Spurti is giving me the final equations. Very good. Simultaneously. So let us take the first equation. The first equation is 400 is equal to 7x minus 9y plus 100. So let us remove the brackets first. So 400 is equal to 7x minus 9y plus, oh sorry, since we are removing the bracket, we have to multiply. So there is no number, we'll consider 1 as the number. Minus 1 into 9y is minus 9y. Minus 1 into plus 100 is minus 100. Okay. Now in the next stage, 400, I'm getting this minus 100 to the other side. Okay. So plus, it will become plus 100 is equal to 7x minus 9y. So 500 is equal to 7x minus 9y. Everybody got the same answer? So this will be equation 1. Now let's take equation 2. 400 is equal to 5x minus 8y minus 200. So 400 is equal to 5x minus, again minus 1. So minus 1 into 8y is minus 8y. Minus into minus is plus. So plus 200. So 400, I'm getting 200 to the other side. So it will become minus 200 is equal to 5x minus 8y. 400 minus 200 is 200 is equal to 5x minus 8y. So this will be your equation 2. Now we have equation 1, equation 2. Let us solve it simultaneously. So the equation 1 is the equation 1 is 7x minus 9y is equal to 500. Equation 2 is 5x minus 8y is equal to 200. Now if I want to make it same, I have to multiply equation 1 with 5 and multiply equation 2 with 7. So what will be the actual equations? 7 5s are 35 minus 9 5s are 45. This is x and this is y is equal to 500 into 5 is 2500. Then 7 5s are 35x minus 8 7s are 56. Y is equal to 1400. Correct. Y is equal to 100. X is equal to 200. Now find out the incomes and expenditure of A and B. Okay, everybody find the income and expenditure of A and B. So here it is minus, plus, minus. I'll remove this out, eliminate it. Then here what do I get? I will get plus value. Plus 11y is equal to 1100. So y is equal to 1100 by 11. So y value is 100. Therefore, y is equal to 100. Okay. Now let us substitute this in the other equation. Put y is equal to 100 in equation 1. What is equation 1? 7x minus 9y is equal to 500. So 7x minus 9 into 100 is equal to 500. 7x minus 900 is equal to 500. 7x is equal to 500 plus 900. So 7x is equal to 1400. X is equal to 1400 by 7. So therefore x is equal to 200. Everybody got the same answer? Income of A is 1400 and B is 1900 and okay. Now let us define the incomes and expenditures. Okay. So A's income, A's expenditure, B's income, B's expenditure. Okay. Now here we should take the original definition, whatever we had given. Okay. So what is A's income that we had derived? 7x. B's income is 5x. Correct? And then coming to expenditure, let us take the original expenditure of 9y and 8y. Don't take 9y plus 100. That is given because that is given to derive the savings. Okay. Now for the final answer, take the original derivation of the expenditure which is given in the ratio, that is 9:8. Fine. So now give the answer. 7 into x is 7 into 200. So it will be rupees 1400. Then 7y is 9 into 100, which is rupees 900. So A's income is 1400. A's expenditure is 900. Okay. Now B's income 5 into 200, which is rupees 1000. Correct. Then 8 into 100, B's expenditure is 800. So this is our final answer. Any doubts in this? Correct answers. Okay. Now, can we go further to the next topic? We have solved all possible questions under proportions also. Okay. Now, the next topic that we are supposed to understand are percentages. Now, percentages are widely used in every place, every scenario. Even in our day-to-day life, we use percentages, right? Especially to calculate your marks, your attendance, everywhere we use percentages. Now, let us understand about percentages. In mathematics, percentages is a general term used to express a number as a fraction of 100. Okay. In mathematics, percentages are a very general term. So we use this to express any number as a part of 100. Now, when we say 5% of a number, right? So 5% means we will be taking the original number as 100%, and from that only we are taking a part of it. So that is how we represent a percentage, a part, a fraction or a part of a number.
percentage is the term applied in which the whole is divided into 100 parts. Now let us take for example, we have a number, let's say 20. 20 is a number. Now if I want to find out 5% of this 20, so this 20 number is considered as 100%. It means it is the whole number. The whole 20 is considered as one number, and we imagine that 20 will be divided into 100 parts. Okay, if 20 is divided into 100 parts, now what will be the 5 parts of 20? Are you all able to understand? So that is why whenever you see a percentage, you divide that 5 by 100. Out of 100 parts, I am only considering 5 parts to calculate 5%. Okay. Now suppose, let's say this box is 20. Now I will divide this box into 100 parts. I'll divide this box into 100 parts. Out of 100 parts, if I consider 5 parts here, separately, that will become the percentage of that full box. Okay, so this is the mathematical meaning of a percentage. Okay, so cent means 100. Per cent. Per is cent is 100. So percent means for every 100. Okay, for every 100 we are calculating the values, and we usually know it is denoted by the percentage sign. So whenever they give a percentage, you have been learning percentage from the school level. So whenever they give you a number and say percentage, now in such scenario, what do you do? Here you have 45%. Now 45%, how do you represent? 45 by 100. Now when you divide 45 by 100, you get 0.45. The places will get shifted. We have learned this in number line, right? Where you have units, tens, hundreds, then thousand. Then whenever you do the division, how the number will change its place. Okay. Now the same thing is being used here also. It's a very simple topic where we will be finding the percentages of few of the problems. You'll have mathematical problems as well as statement problems. Understood the concept of percentage? Can we go to the problems? Okay. So the first problem, what is the 200% of 30? So this percentage calculation will not only stop in your mathematics, you will use this in your accountancy, financial management, and in many other subjects in the further. Okay, so first question is, what is 200% of 30? Okay, I don't know if this is looking like a question mark. Let me rewrite that. Okay, so let us solve this. So solution, 200% of 30 is nothing but 200 by 100 into 30. So what is 200 by 100? Direct answer is 60. Now we have calculators, so it is even more easier to find out. Okay, so which means in examination they will not ask you such easy questions. Okay, so it's just for your understanding of the concept that we are starting with such simple problems. Okay, so 200 divided by 100 will give you 2. So 2 into 30, the final answer will be 60. Now similarly, find out 13% of 78. That was a whole number. It was easy. Very good, very good. So now 13 divided by 100 into 78, if you calculate, you get 10.14. I'll find the answer for this. 8% of 250. Good. 8 by 100 into 250 will give us 20. Now let's get into the statement problems directly. So 60% of the college students are female. There are 240 female students. How many students are there in the college? Okay, now let us solve this. So for 60%, to cover 60%, they have number of students that they have is 240. To cover, see, out of 100%, to cover 60%, they have 240 students. Correct? Now, first let us find out for 100%. How much for 100%? Okay? Then we will be able to derive later separately what is the total amount. Okay? So for 100%, how do we calculate? Just do the cross multiplication here. So firstly, what we will take is 240 I think we'll have to do this. 240 by 60 into 100. Okay, so this will give us how much? What is the value that it will give? 240 is the number of students that are there for 60%. So 240 is there for 60%. Now to find 100%, I will multiply it by 100. So I get 400 students. Clear? So that is how we calculate the total number of students. If not, another simple way, another very easy way that we will get. No, we are not trying to find number of male students here. Okay, that's not required. They have just asked how many students are there in college. So total number of students is what we want. Okay, there is one more way of solving this. Just listen here. For 60%, there are 240 students. For 100%, how much? Okay, blindly do the cross multiplication. So what will you get in cross multiplication? 100 into 240, okay, is equal to 60 into, if you take this as x, it will be 60 into x, which is 60x. So 100 into 240 is 24,000 you'll get. 3 zeros. Okay, now divide that by 60. 24,000. Now divide this by 60. 60 into x. So what will be the x value? Still you will get 400 only. Okay, if you are not able to get this value here, if you're getting confused with this method, do the cross multiplication like this. Okay, you will still get the same. So the total number of students in the college are 400 students. Clear? Any doubts until here? Okay, we'll stop it here for today and we'll continue in the next class. Okay? Yeah, thank you, students. Now we were solving the problems of percentages, right? So let us continue those problems. Now here, what percentage of 9 is 6? Okay, that is 6. What percentage of 9 is 6? So here we are supposed to understand the question and then solve it properly. So first clearly understand the question. What percentage of 9 will be 6? So 9 is the main number. Now we are trying to find out the percentage, or which part of 9 is 6 we are supposed to find out. Okay. So here the shortcut or the way of solving is, first take the part number which you have to define. So 6 is the part number. Now they're asking 9 is the main number. So what percentage will form 6? It may be 10%, 15%, 3%, 5%. So let's say, for example, 5% of 9 is 6. So we have to form or find out this percentage here. Okay. So first take the part number which is required to be found out, divide it by the main number, that is 6 by 9, and since we are supposed to find out the percentage, multiply it with 100. Okay, now since we are supposed to find the percentage, multiply it with 100. Now can you multiply this and say me the value? What will be the percentage? 6 by 9 into 100. How much will you get? 66.66. Don't round off. Keep it as it is. 66.66 percentage. So therefore 6 is 66.66 percentage of 9. Okay. From 9, if you calculate 66.66%, you will be getting 6 as the answer. Now, similarly, let us solve one more problem on the same basis. What percentage of 64 is 28.8? So 64 is the main number. Even if you see here in the first question, 9 was the main number, right? So here 64 is the main number and 28.8 is the part of 64. So how do we take? First, we are supposed to take the part number, that is 28.8, divide that by 64, that is the main number, then multiply it with 100 because we want percentage. Very good. So we get 45%. Everybody got 45%? Yes. So write the conclusion. Therefore, 28.8 is 45% of 64. I hope it is clear to everyone. Now, similarly, you have one more question. One second. 20. Okay, this is different. Let us solve it then. 28% of what number is 413? So they're just asking it around in different ways for us to solve. So 28% of what number is 413? So here 28 is the percentage and they have given us the part number. So we have to find the main number. What is the main number? We do not know what is the main number. So let us find out the main number. Now here, take the part number 413, divide that by the percentage number, that is 28, multiply it with 100. So when they asked us to find the percentage, we took the part number, divided it by the main number into 100, right? Now here we are supposed to find the main number. So part number, which is 413, divided by the percentage, which is 28, multiply it with 100. So 413 by 28 into 100. Can you say me what is the amount you get? 1475. So 1475 is the main number, and 28% of 1475 is 413. You can check 1475 into 28%. If you calculate, you should get 413. Are you getting it? Yes. So that means your answer is right. Okay. So therefore, 28% of 1475 is 413. Okay. Now, moving on to the next question. 25% of a certain sum is 400. Find the sum. So 25% of a certain sum, certain number is 400. Very good, very good. Correct answer. So what is the part number first? 400 is the part number, divided by 25, which is the percentage number, into 100. So what do we get? 400 by 25 into 100, we get 1600. So therefore, 25% of 1600 is 400. Understood? Any doubts in these problems? Okay, good. Thank you. Now let us continue. Let's go to the next question. An article quoted at rupees 1025 was sold at a discount of 12%. Find the selling price. So there is a product, an article means any product, that is, its rate is quoted as, or it is, they are saying the rate of the article as 1025. That is the amount. 1025 rupees is the amount. And it was sold at a discount of 12%. This was the amount quoted, but then they sold it at 12% less than the amount. So they are asking us to find the selling price of the article. So for this, for such questions, you have a simple formula to follow, that is selling price is equal to quoted price, or the price that they are saying. Okay, quoted price minus discount, because we are not paying the complete 1025, we are paying them at, correct answer, Spurti and Lakshmi, very good. So we are not paying them 1025, but we are paying 12% less than that. Fine. So now let us find the selling price. So what is the quoted price? Quoted price is 1025. Okay. And what is the discount? Discount is 12% of 1025. 12% of this amount we have to calculate. Okay. So you can directly do minus 12%, but it's always better to show it stepwise. Okay. So first find out 12% of 1025. What will be 12% of 1025? 123. Right? Now if you minus 1025 minus 123, you will get 902. So this will be for the, this will be the selling price of the article. So therefore, write the conclusion. Therefore, the selling price of an article is rupees 902. Clear? Any doubts? Okay. Then let us go to the next question. Now, next question, read the question clearly and then we shall solve it. In a class, 30% of the students are Hindus, 20% are Muslims, 25% are Jains, and the rest are Christians. If there are 10 Jain students in the class, find the number of other students. Okay, so this is what they are trying to give. So if in a class 30% of the students are Hindus, 20% are Muslims, 25% are Jains, and rest are Christians. So Christians percentage of students is not given to us. Okay, and then if there are 10 Jain students, so for 25%, if there are 10 Jain students, then we have to find the percentage of Hindu students, Muslim students, Jain students, and Christian students. Okay, now since it is given in percentage, since all of them are given in percentage, so we will be assuming that there will be 100 students in the class. Okay, we will see if it is correct, Lakshmi. Fine. So since they have given us the percentages, so we will consider the total strength. Okay, the total number of people, there will be 100. So let the total strength be 100. Okay, so here what they are trying to say is, since there are percentages, we have taken it 100. Now let us find out the percentages. Let us see, we have percentages for all. For Hindus, there is a percentage given. For Muslims, there's a percentage given. For Jains also, there's a percentage given. But there is no percentage given for Christians. Okay, so let us find that percentage. So therefore, number of Christian students is equal to 100 minus number of percentage of Hindu students are 30, percentage of Muslim students are 20, percentage of Jain students are 25. So 30, 50, 75. So 75% is already covered. So what is remaining? 25% is remaining. So Lakshmi, the answer is correct. So the number of Christian students that are there are 25%. Okay, now that we know the number of students to be 100 and the percentage of all of them, let us start calculating. Okay, so for 25% Jain students are 25%. So how many are there in the class or college? 10 of them are there. So if you see here, 25%, for 25% there are 10 people. Correct? So now similarly, let us find out for 100%. So for 100% total strength, now I already showed you a way how to solve this. For 25%, it is 10 students. For 100%, how much? Do the cross multiplication. Okay, so what do you get? 25
25 into x is equal to 100 into 10. Okay, so 100 into 10 is 1000. 1000 divided by 25, how much do you get? 40. Correct? X is equal to 40. You can follow the same method here to find out the value. Okay, let me write it in a different ink here. So for 25%, we have 10 people. So for 100%, how much? So what do we have? 25 into x is equal to 10 into 100. So 25x is equal to 1000. X is equal to 1000 by 25. Therefore, total strength is equal to 40 students. Okay, total strength is 40 students. Now, out of 40 students, 10 people were Jain students. Okay, now out of 40, 10 people were Jain students. Now, let us find out using the percentages how many other students are there in the class. Now, next, Hindu students. What is the percentage of Hindu students? 30%. So, out of 40, 30% were Hindu students. So, how many students we will get? 40 into 30%? Calculate 40 into 30%. 12. Very good. So, we will have 12 students who are Hindu students. Next, Muslim students. What was the percentage of Muslim students? We had 40. Total 40 are there. Out of that, 20% were Muslim students. So how many students will we have? We will have, very good, 8 students in the class. Then what is remaining? Christian students. Christian students, out of 40, 25%. So 25% is 10 students. Good. So the number of Hindu students are 12, number of Muslim students are 8, and number of Christian students are 10, and number of Jain students are also 10. So that will give us a complete of 40 students in the class. Understood? Any doubts in the problem? Okay. Let us go to the next question then. A candidate has to secure 20% marks to pass an examination. He got 30 marks and failed by 20 marks. Find the total marks. Interesting, very interesting question this is. A candidate has to score 20% marks to pass the examination. Okay, we don't know what is the total marks, but they have to score 20% to pass the examination. And he has got 30 marks, but he has failed by 20 marks. Okay, now let us solve this problem by first understanding and deriving the question. So firstly, the candidate is a student in this case. A candidate got 30 marks and fails by 20 marks means, what does it mean? The passing marks is, he has got 30 but he has failed by 20. So which means if he had got 30 plus 20 is equal to 50, this would be the passing mark.
right? He has got 30, but he's short by 20 marks for passing. So which means 50 is the passing mark. Okay, so passing percentage, let us write it fully. Passing percentage, okay, passing percentage that they have to get, passing percentage is 20%. Okay, to pass they have to get 20%, which means if 50 marks is 20%, then for 100% what will be the marks? Okay, first you will have to able to define it like this. Very good, Lakshmi. So for 50 marks, if it is 20%, now they're saying that he has to secure 20 marks to pass the examination. And we also understood 50 is the passing marks. So which means if he gets 50 marks, that is 20%. So for 100%, what is the total marks? Okay, now for this, how do? We do the cross multiplication. So 50 into 100, 50 into 100 is equal to 20 into x. So 50 into 100 is 5000 is equal to 20x. 5000 by 20 is equal to x. So what will be the x value? 250. So therefore 250 marks, this is marks, is the total marks.
Is it clear? Understood?
$250 marks is the total marks. Can we go to the next question? Okay. Now the next question. An article costing rupees 84 was sold for rupees 105. Find the gain percentage. Okay, this is another type of problem that they'll be asking. So article was costing at 84 rupees, but they have sold it at 105 rupees. So they're asking us to find the gain percentage. So here we have to find out the profit percentage that they would get after checking out the cost. Okay, now let us do that. So what is the formula for the profit? Profit is equal to selling price minus cost price. Correct? To find profit, whatever is the selling price, now we have sold it at a higher price. So we will subtract the cost price from that. Now what is the selling price here? The product was costing 84, but they have sold at 105. Yeah, correct. That will be the profit. So the selling price is 105 and the cost price will be 84. So the difference between them is rupees 21. So therefore we understood the profit. But if you see the question carefully, they have asked us to find the gain percentage. Correct. Profit is 21. Everybody is right. Now we also have to find out the percentage of it. Okay. So we understood how to find the profit. Now let us understand how to find the percentage of profit. So percentage of profit, which is nothing but 21 is the profit divided by what was the cost price? 84.
into 100. Good. 25%. So we are having a profit of 25%. Okay, with 25%, keeping the gain percentage as 25%. Okay, we are finding out the profit. Now this way of finding out the profit is percentage of profit on cost, because we are considering the cost price. I hope everybody understood this. To find the gain percentage, you will have lot of finding out profit or loss under percentages. Okay, such questions you can expect more. Can we go to the next question? Any doubts in this question? Good. Now, the next question. A man sold 2 radios at rupees 924 each. So he's selling 2 radios, and each radio he has sold at 924 rupees. On one, if he gains 20%, so when he sells one ratio, he is gaining 20%. And on another, if he loses 20%, so when he sells one at 924, he's getting 20% profit. But when he sells the other radio, he's at a loss of 20%. Okay, so what is his total gain or loss? Another interesting question. So let us solve this question now. Now here a man is selling 2 radios, right? So we will keep the cost of the radio. So let cost price of a radio be rupees 100. Now why am I taking rupees 100? See the question. Gain percentage, it is percentage, so 100. Loss percentage is a percentage again, so 100. So for me to calculate how much he has gained or how much he has lost, I am measuring them in percentage. So I will keep my cost price at 100 rupees. Okay, now when the cost price is 100 rupees and I know the profit, I can find the selling price. Correct? So let us write that formula. Now sale price or selling price is equal to cost price plus profit. If it is profit plus profit, or if it is loss, it is minus loss. Correct? Now we have to find out the total gain or loss. We know what is the selling price. What is the selling price? Each radio was sold at 924 rupees. So the selling price will be 924 rupees. Okay. Now what is the cost price we assumed? We have assumed 100 rupees as the cost price. And then what is the profit? This is on the first radio. Let us write that down also. Let us consider radio one after the other. Okay. So first radio. On first radio, we are selling the first radio at 924 rupees. And if the cost price was 100, I am making 20% profit. Okay. So I am making 20% profit. Okay. Now for 120, 100 plus 20, for 120, let's say even it can be percentage. Okay. At 120%, we'll take like this. At 120%, if the price is 924, at 120%, 100% of the cost price plus 20% profit. If my selling price is 120%, okay, and for that 120%, we are paying 924. For 100%, what will be the cost? For 100%, what will be the cost? I'll repeat it again. Listen carefully. Now, if you see here, 924 on first radio. When I'm selling a first radio, I am selling it at 924 rupees. Okay. This 924 rupees is including 20% profit. Okay. Including 20% profit, it is 924, which means 100% of the cost plus 20% of the profit, which is 120%. So 120% is 924. So what will be the price for 100%? Did you understand this analysis? Before going to the answer, you should understand this. That is very important. Any doubts in this part, or you want me to explain it again? Everybody understood? Good. Now, let us solve this. So for 120, so what is there? For 120, so 120 into 120 into x is equal to, on the other side, 924 into 100. 924 into 100. Don't take the percentage and all, take the whole numbers what is given. So 120x is equal to 924 into 100 is 924,000. So x is equal to 924,000 by 120. So therefore x is equal to 770. Right? So the cost price of first radio is rupees 770. The cost price of first radio is rupees 770. Okay. Now let us find out what is the profit that he has made. We know the percentage, but we do not know the amount. Okay. So let us see the amount. Gain on first radio. What was the selling price? 924 minus what is the cost price? 770 is equal to what is the profit that he has made in rupees? 154. So we know what is the cost price. Now, after finding out, we understood what is the cost price, and we also knew what was the selling price. So we found out the gain or the profit in rupees for the first radio. Understood the first radio? Any doubts in the calculation of first radio? Okay. Now, similarly, let us solve for the second radio. Now, the situation for the second radio is when he has sold the second radio, he has made a loss of 20%. Okay. He has made a loss of 20%. So, let us see how is that done. Now, let's use a different color. On second radio, okay, now on second radio, what is the, we are using the same formula. Okay, what is the formula? We'll write down once again. Sale price is equal to cost price plus profit. If it is loss, minus loss. Okay, what is the selling price? Again, the selling price is 924, and we have assumed the cost price to be 100. Now, we don't have a profit, but we have a loss. How much is the loss? 20%. Correct? So, which means for 80% of the amount, if the selling price is rupees 924, for 100% of the price, what will be the amount? Now let us do our calculation. So 80 into x is equal to 924 into 100. So x is equal to 924,000 divided by 80. So x is equal to, what will be the amount? Rupees 1155. So therefore, the cost price of second radio, the cost price of second radio is rupees 1155. Everybody understood this? The cost price of the second radio is 1155. Now let us find the gain or loss in the second radio. Now in the second radio, they have told they have undergone 20% loss. So loss on second radio is equal to, what is the cost price? 1155 minus, what is the selling price? 924. So therefore, rupees 231 is the loss that has made on the second radio. Understood? Any doubts until here? Yeah, correct. 231 is the loss. Okay. Now, if you see the question, if you go back to the question and read it clearly, it says, what is his total gain or loss? Now, after selling two radios, what is his total gain or loss? Okay. Now, let us calculate that. So, total gain or loss is equal to, so he has, from the second radio, he has got a loss of rupees 231. Okay, rupees 231 is the loss, but he has got a gain of rupees 154. Okay, he has got a gain of rupees 154. So in calculator, calculate minus 231 plus 154. What will be the difference? Don't take it as minus value. The resultant, whatever you get, should be taken as plus only. What is the number you get? You get 77. Correct? If at all you get minus 77 also, ignore the minus. We are just finding out how much money he is going to have or how much money he is going to make at the end. Okay, so 77. But if you understand, see the problem. 231 is the loss. So loss is more than profit. So which means he is at loss of 77 rupees. That is why you have got minus 7. So his total loss is rupees 77. Understood? If the profit was more, okay, if the profit was more, then we would be getting profit as rupees 77. But here loss is more. 231 is more than 154. So that is why he is getting 77 rupees loss. Any doubts? Go through the question once again. Check if you have any doubts. Now the next problem. Find the cost price of a table fan which is sold at a profit of 10% for rupees 1650. So we are supposed to find the cost price of a table fan, and it was sold at 10% profit for 1650. Again, since it is a percentage, we will assume the cost price to be 100 and we will solve how we solved the previous problem. Okay, so let us start. Let the cost price of table fan be rupees 100. Since we are doing percentages. Okay, so and also we know that the formula of selling price. Selling price is equal to cost price plus profit. So what is the selling price that is given to us here? Selling price is rupees 1650. Cost price we have assumed it to be 100 plus profit is 10%. Correct? So which means for 110% the selling price is 1650. So for 100% of cost price, what should be the amount? Did you all understand this part? For 110 rupees of the selling price, okay, 110 rupees, 110% of the selling price is 1650. 100 rupees of cost price plus profit of 10% will give me a total amount of 1650. But what is the amount for 100%? Okay, good. So let us do our math. So 110 into x is equal to 1650 into 100. So x is equal to 1650 into 100 divided by 110. So therefore x is equal to 1500, that is the rupees. So therefore the cost price of table fan is rupees 1500. Good. 150 is the profit. They have only asked us to find cost price, so we'll do only the cost price. If they had asked us to find the profit percentage, then we should have also found the profit percentage. Is it clear? Any doubts? Good. Okay. So we shall stop here for today and we'll continue in the next class. Okay. Thank you, students.
A manufacturer allows a discount of 10% on the listed price of an article and still makes a profit of 8% on cost. Find percentage of increase in the list price over the cost. What is the list price of an article sold? What is the list price if an article is sold at 198 rupees? So we have to read the question once again before we proceed. So firstly, a manufacturer allows a discount of 10% on the listed price of an article. So whatever is the MRP that he has put on the article or the product, he is giving a 10% discount. Now listed prices, whatever he has put on the article. Usually they put the stickers on the products of their rate, right? So he is giving 10% discount on that MRP that he has put. Okay, even after giving 10% discount on that price, he will still make a profit of 8% on cost. So there is a type of ratio and proportions that you can expect here, which is given to us. Okay, so listed price and cost price. These are the two prices which are given in this problem. So listed price
is that which is put on the article, or which is there is a separate sticker which will be put on the article, which just gives you the price. Okay, now if he gives 10% discount on listed price, even then he is gonna make 8% profit on cost price, which means the cost price will be less. So the manufacturer has increased the price to such an extent that even after giving discount, he is making a profit. Did you all understand this first sentence? It seems a little confusing, but then if you break it and if you understand, you'll be able to understand it better. Everybody got it right? Okay, let's continue. Find percentage of increase in the list price over the cost. So they're asking us how much is the difference between the listed price and the cost price, and what will be the listed price if the selling price was 198. Okay, this second part we will come later. First we will define the first part that is given to us, and then we will understand. Okay, now let us go to the solution. Let the list price be rupees 100. Now why are we taking this as rupees 100? If you see everywhere, there is 10%, 8% on cost. Since they have given us percentages, so we are considering the list price to be 100, so that we will be able to compare the prices and find the actual list price of the article. Okay, so firstly, the list price of the article is assumed to be rupees 100. Okay, now the formula goes like this: selling price is equal to list price minus discount. So this is the way that the manufacturer is selling. He will put the products on a high price. He will increase the price of every product, and then he's gonna give a discount of 10% on the products. Okay, so what is his actual selling price? He's selling every product at a high price, and he's giving the discount of 10%. Okay, so if you, from the high price, if you take out discount, that will be the selling price at which the manufacturer is trying to sell the product. Did you all understand this part? Okay, so we are going to use this formula here, and we will be solving the problem. Now let's continue. Now what is the list price? We have assumed list price to be 100, correct? And the discount is 10%. So 10% of 100 will be 100 minus 10. So the selling price is 90. Yeah, correct, Spurti. 100 minus 10, selling price is 90. So this is one derivation. Let us keep it aside like this only. Now, the next important thing to understand is the second part of the question. What is the list price if an article is sold at 198? Now, we have understood, that is why we have derived the selling price part here. Now, what is given to us? Given by selling the article at 90. We have defined that, right? At 90. Even if he is selling at 90 rupees, he is still making a profit of how much? 8%. Even after giving a discount of 10%, he's making a profit of 8%, right? So by selling the article at 90, that is the selling price, even after doing that, he is able to get, that is, the manufacturer makes 8% profit on cost. Even after giving discount, he's making 8% profit on cost, right? Which means, therefore, selling price is 90. Correct? Selling price we just derived here, which is 90, this part. Then is equal to 100% plus 8% profit. If the cost is 100%, if the cost is 100% plus 8% profit. So what is the total? 108%. Okay, 108% of X. So here what we are trying to find out is that the comparison what we did in the previous problems, if you remember, for 50%, so is, let's say for 50% it is 50 students. For 100%, how much? If you remember the comparison, the similar way we are trying to do here. Okay, so here what will happen is, for 90% it is, let us remove this, for 90% it is 108. Okay, so for 100%, how much? This is what we are trying to find out. Now calculate this. How do you do this? 90 into X is equal to 108 into 100 divided by 90. Yeah, cross multiplication. Wait a second, there is some other way also you can do this. Let us read the question once again. Yeah, correct. Now listen carefully, I'll explain it once again. By selling the article at 90 rupees, he is able to still make 8% profit on cost. Now we are considering the cost, the complete cost, whatever amount is there, that full 100% amount we will consider. On that, he is able to get 8% profit. So on that, if he wants to get 8% profit, 108% of the cost price will be your selling price. Okay, so what is the selling price? 108% of cost price will be your selling price. Okay, now how do we find the cost price? Getting cost price to the other side, 90 is the selling price divided by the percentage value. Now this will give you, what is the value that it will give? I think it will give 0.833, correct? 833. Yeah, thank you, Spurti, for the confirmation. This is what is the amount you get. Now, since you want to find the percentage, cost price percentage, now multiply this with 100, 8333 into 100. So what will be the percentage? The cost will be 83.33. Did you all understand the logic here, what they are trying to do? Anybody has doubt, any part you want me to repeat it again? Repetition needed? Okay, we will summarize the whole problem later. Okay, now coming to the last part of the problem, which we are supposed to find out, find percentage of increase in the list price over the cost.
Okay, we have to find the difference between the list price and the cost price. So let us do that. So the difference between list price and cost price is, list price we had assumed it to be 100. In the starting of the problem, we assumed list price to be 100. And then we found out the cost price is 83.33. Correct? So this is the list price minus this is the cost price. Okay. Now what is the percentage that you're getting, or what is the difference that you're getting? You get 16.67%. Correct? 16.67%. So this is the percentage of the difference between the list price and the cost price. Did you all understand now? Now, one more thing that is left out for us to find is, what is the list price if an article is sold at 198 rupees? So that is the final question that we are supposed to solve here. So they're asking, what is the list price of an article if sold at rupees 198? Okay, now we have to do a little reverse calculation. 100 was the list price, divided by 90 was the selling price, into what, at which amount the article is sold? 198. So the list price divided by selling price into the actual price that we are supposed to find out, okay, is equal to, now if you find the calculation, if you do the calculation here, 100 by 90 into 198, how much do you get? 219.99. Purti, you can round it off and make it as 220. You cannot sell it at 219.99, right? So we will round it off to the nearest number and we'll sell it at 220 rupees. So the list price of an article is 220 rupees. This will be the sticker which will be put up on the article. Now on 220 rupees, he is giving 10% discount. Okay, he is giving 10% discount. Now, even after giving 10% discount, he'll be able to make 8% profit. Clear? Let us just summarize the whole problem once before going to the next problem. Okay, so listen carefully. So a manufacturer is allowing a discount of 10% on the listed price. So listed price is the MRP that he has put on the article, and he will still make profit of 8% on cost. So here, when you're solving, the main thing that you'll have to keep in mind is, make sure you understand 10% on what. Okay, so he's allowing 10% on listed price and he's making a profit of 8% on cost. So these two are two different things. 10% on listed price is different, 8% on cost is different. So be careful in those things. Then we have to find the percentage of increase in the list price over cost price, that is difference between list price and the cost price. And then we also have to find the list price when the article is sold at 198. Okay, so we assumed that the list price to be 100 rupees. Then if at all they give a 10% discount on the list price, because it says discount of 10% on listed price. If he is giving 10% discount on 100, we are selling the product at 90 rupees. Okay, so instead of 100 rupees, I am giving them 10% discount. So we are selling the product at 90 rupees. Okay, this is first part of the question. So we have solved until here.
Now, the next part is even after giving discount, we are making a profit of 8%. So even after selling the product at 90 rupees, we are making a profit of 8%. 8% on what? 8% on cost price. So if you consider the cost price to be 100 and the profit percentage to be 8%, so we are selling the product. If you see from the cost price point of view, we are selling the product at 108%. Now let's just take an example. If the cost price is 120, now on this, if you calculate 8%, how much will you get? 120 into 8%, you'll get 9.6, correct? So plus 120, 129.6. So which means this is the cost price. On this, I am adding profit. Okay, so this is the selling price. Okay, this is the selling price. Now we have understood the selling price to be 90, and we have also seen from the cost price view, which is to be 129.6. This is an example. Okay, so if I consider 100% of 120 plus 8% of 9.6, so I am selling a product at 108%. Did you all understand now how 108% has come? Any doubts? Anybody still confused? If you find out or if you consider it in percentage, then it will be easy for you to solve the problem rather than considering it with the numbers all the time. Okay, good. That's good. I just wanted to be clear so that you don't have any doubts regarding this. Now, so what did we do? We found the cost price. 90 selling price divided by the percentage of the cost price that we got, and we got a number. Now multiply this with 100 to get the percentage. So list price is 100 rupees or 100%, and cost price is 83.33%. Now just find the difference between the two. So the difference between the cost price and the list price is 16.67%. Okay, directly we got the difference. Now coming to the list price of the article, this is the last part of the question that is there for us to solve. So what is the list price of an article sold at 198? So when you have a question like this, just consider the list price divided by the selling price into the list price of the article, the selling price which is given there, that is 198. So the actual list price of the article was 220. You get 219 point something, round it off, you get 220. Now this 220 rupees article, after giving 10% discount, was sold at 198 rupees. Okay, so 220. Now if you have doubt, you can calculate and see also. 220 minus 10%, if you calculate, you will get 198. Okay, so which means the manufacturer list price was 220 and he gave a 10% discount and he's selling the product at 198 rupees. I hope it is clear to everyone. Good. Now let's go to the next question then. One second.
Now, moving on to the next question. At an election, a candidate who gets 56% of the votes is selected by a majority of 624. Find the total number of votes recorded. Simple question. Let us read the question once again. At an election, they are doing an election. A candidate who gets 56% of the votes out of 100%, if he is able to get 56% of the votes, he is selected by a majority of 624. Okay, now we are supposed to find out what is the total number of votes. They have not given us total number, but they have given us the percentages. Clear? So using that percentages, we will define what was the complete number of votes that was there. Now, to start with, solution, let the number of votes recorded be 100. Okay, since it is percentage that we are trying to calculate. So if you see the question, the candidate who gets 56% of the votes is selected by a majority of 624. So they're not giving us how many candidates were there, what is the method that they're doing. There is no information about all that. But they're just saying the candidate who gets 56% is selected by a majority. So that is why we are assuming the number of votes to be 100. Okay. Now what should be the percentage to win? To get that majority, what should be the percentage? 56%. Okay. So votes recorded for winning candidates. Now, when do we say that they have won? When they get 56% of the votes. Now here let us assume it to be 56. If the total number of votes is 100, to win they have to get 56 votes. Okay, so this is the first part of derivation. Now, if this is for winning, what about losing candidates? You just have to find the difference. So votes recorded for losing candidates is nothing but if 100 was the total minus winning 56 people, if they get 56 votes, they will win. Okay, so who has lost? People who have got 44 votes has lost. Understood? Spurti has given the answer. Spurti, that is not the right answer though. Okay, but good try. So clear until here? Let the number of votes recorded be 100. To win, they have to get, it's something like your examination marks. If you're writing exam for 100, if you get 56, it means you have passed. If you get 44, you're failed. Okay, it's something like that. In the similar condition only, we are solving the problem. Okay, now if you see here, there is also a difference between this 56 and 44. Correct? So the difference between winning and losing candidate now if they have to win, they require 56 votes, but to lose, if they have got 44 votes, that means they have lost. So what is the difference that is there? 12 is the difference. Correct? Now let us go back to the question. a candidate who gets 56% of the votes is selected by a majority of 264. Whoever gets 56% of the votes, they are selected by a majority of 624. Now for this, we have to show the calculation. For this difference, for 12 people, see, if they get 56, they are winning. If they get 44, they are losing. Correct? So in between, there are 12 people which comes to a different category. So for the 12 people, number of votes will be 624. Read the question once again. And a candidate who gets 56% of the votes is selected by a majority of 624. That 624 votes are extra. Majority of 624 votes are extra. Okay. So for 12, the number of votes that they get will be 624. Now let us find out for 100 how many votes we would get. Right? Now we can do the cross multiplication. Number of votes is equal to question mark. Now let us do the cross multiplication. So you will get 12 into x is equal to 100 into 624. So x is equal to 100 into 624 divided by 12. So what will be x? X will be 5200 votes. So out of 5200 votes, if 56% of 5200 votes is received, they will become a winning candidate. Okay. Now what they are trying to say is the 12 people who are there in between, they will also be added to the winning category. So that is why we have considered for the 12 people in between, the 12 candidates in between, 624 votes is on the winning category. Okay, so based on that only we have calculated for the 100%. So 5200 votes will be the total number of votes that will be recorded in the election. Understood? Any doubts? Any part of the problem you want me to repeat it again? Okay, good. Now, the next question. Yeah, I think this is the last question of the chapter. Let's just finish this one question. It's this type of question may be asked in the examination. So let's read the question. A man gives 20% of his properties to his son, 50% of the remainder to his wife, 30% of the left out property to each of his two daughters, and the balance for charity. If he provides rupees 20,000 for charity, find total value of his property. Now in such question, it is very easy to solve in a way because they have given everything in percentages. So we will also be solving it in percentages. Okay. Now let us assume let total value of his property, since it is percentage, we are taking it as 100. Total value of his property is 100. Now out of that 100, he is giving to his son 20%. Correct? So son got 20%. So which means 20. Right? On 100 if we calculate,
20%, that will be 20. So if you want, you can just write here in the bracket 100 into 20%. So what is the balance that is remaining? Subtract. If you do minus, you will have 80 as the balance. Okay, so that will be the balance remaining. Out of 100, if suppose his total property is 100, 20% is given to son, so 80 is remaining. Now next, 50% of the remainder, whatever is balance that is left out, in that 50% he is giving to his wife. Now balance left out is 80. In this 80, wife got 50%. Now here 50% of 80, not 50% of 100. Please be very careful, because it says it is remainder, whatever is left out. Okay, so a 50 or 80 into 50%, 80 into 50%, which is nothing but 40. So what is remaining? 80 minus 50. Yashashwini, why is that 80 minus 50? Don't take 50% directly. 50% of 80, right? So it is 40. So 40 is remaining again. Balance 40 is remaining. Now from this 40, whatever is remaining, he is going to give 30% to each of his daughters. 30% and 30%. So let's say daughters get 30 plus 30, 60%. Each of them is getting 30%. Okay, so totally he is giving 60% of 40 to his daughters. Of 40. Now if you find out 40, 60% of 40, how much do you get?
A man gives 20% of his properties to his son, 50% of the remainder to his wife, 30% of the left out property to each of his two daughters, and the balance for the charity. If he provides rupees 20,000 for charity, find total value of his properties. So that is the question. Okay. Now, coming to the solution, we started with total value of his property, and then we came until the daughter's property share, right? Let us resolve it again from first. So firstly, we will be considering the total value of the property to be 100. Now, since it's a percentage, always starting with 100 and then calculating the percentage would be the better way to do it. Okay. Now here, the total value of the property, if we consider it to be 100, so let us consider the total value. So let the total value of his properties be 100. Next, how much did son get? Son has got 20% of the property. So son got 20%. Now, if the total property was 100, so 20% of 100, 100 into 20%. Okay, that will give us 20. So 20% of 100 will give us 20. So what is the balance that is left out? Balance that is left out is 80. 100 minus 20 will give us 80. Now next, this was the first part. Now the next one is 50% of it, of the remainder to his wife. Now what is the remainder? Remainder is nothing but the balance. So we have 80. Now in this 80, 50% has to be given to the wife, 50% of the balance property. So now next will be wife got 50% of remainder, which means out of 80, we are calculating 50%. So out of 80, if it is 50%, it means it is 40. So what is the balance that is remaining? Remaining balance is 40. Okay. Now after this is the second part. Now the third part, 30% of the left out property to each of his two daughters. Until that we will find 30% of the left out property. Left out property is the remaining balance, whatever is there. From this property, 30% will be given to one daughter, other 30% will be given to the other daughter. So he has two daughters, which is mentioned here. So if each of them is getting 30%, it means totally 60% of 40 will be given to the daughters. Okay. So the next one is two daughters got 30% each. 30 plus 30, 60%. So 60% of what? Remaining is 40. In that 40, if you get 60%, so that will be 40 into 60% will be 24. So 40 minus 24, the balance left out is 16. Okay, balance left out is 16. Now if you see the question, the balance is for the charity. So 16 is the balance which is left out. The 16 is the balance which is left out, and that will be given for charity. Now if he provides rupees 20,000 for charity, find the total value of his properties. Okay. Now we started with 100%. 20% was given to son. 40%, that is 50% of the remainder was given to wife. Then again 30% was given to one daughter, 30% was given to the other daughter. Now what is remaining with us? This 16. For 16, if he is giving it to the charity, provided to charity, and there is another information in question which says 20,000 was given to charity. Rupees 20,000 was given to charity. So in return, it means that for 16, this 16 balance, whatever we got, if this is for charity of rupees 20,000, if this is for charity of rupees 20,000, now for 100, what will be the total value? Let us take it as X. Now I hope you know how to do the cross multiplication. For 16, if you have the amount of 20,000, for 100, what will be the total value? Now if you consider the cross multiplication, for 16 it is 20,000, for 100 is X. Do the cross multiplication. So 16 into X is equal to 20,000 into 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that will give us 20 lakhs is equal to 16X. So X is equal to 20 lakhs divided by 16. Therefore, X is equal to how much? Can anybody say me the value? 20 lakh by 16, how much do you get? You'll finally get 1,25,000. So this will be the total value of the property of the man. So write the conclusion. Therefore, the total value of his property is rupees 1,25,000.